Brother, it's all my fault. I stole your life. The adopted son, Lu Hao, knelt before me, crying uncontrollably. It's also because of me that you were sent away to marry into another family, left without proper training, and only awakened to a non-combat lifestyle profession. Brother, hit me, beat me to death if you have to, whatever it takes to make you feel better. I ignored him. My so-called father, Lu Xiangdong, looked at me with disgust. Jiang Yuan, look at your brother, how sensible he is. The only reason I acknowledge you as my son is because of our blood relations. As someone who awakened just a lifestyle profession, you're not even worthy to stand in front of me. The only reason we brought you back was to have you replace your brother and marry into the Lin family. Don't entertain any other ideas. My eldest sister chimed in with another blow. Dad's right. For a peasant like you to marry into the Lin family, you should be thankful. After the wedding, we're done with you. Everything in the Lu family belongs to your brother, so you'd better behave yourself. That Lin Qingqing is the most beautiful woman in Haiqing, basically the campus goddess. You're lucky to marry her. If it weren't for the fact that a prodigy like Zhou Wanqing, with a legendary profession, had taken interest in your brother and forced him to cut ties with Lin Qingqing, you wouldn't even have this opportunity. For the sake of your brother's future, you had better know your place. My second sister coldly finished. Honestly, if not for your brother, we would never have brought you back. You've changed your destiny thanks to him, but don't even think about returning to the Lu family. We already have Lu Hao, and that's more than enough. Those words echoed in my head. But what they didn't know was that I am no longer the same worthless person they could trample on. I am a transmigrator. I've been in this world for 18 years, always existing as an unwanted orphan. 2 days ago, during my awakening day, I awakened my profession, a farmer with 0 combat abilities. The next day, the Lu family showed up, claiming I was their biological son. I thought my life was finally turning around. But it turned out that no one in the family actually saw me as a person. They only wanted me back so I could replace their adoptive son, Lu Hao, and marry into the Lin family. I stayed 1 day with the family and was brought to the Lin household today to marry their eldest daughter, Lin Qingqing. As soon as the wedding ended and I was shoved into the bridal chamber to wait, my golden finger, my cheat ability, finally awakened. Designated drop. Any monster, as long as I kill it solo, I can designate what it drops. Normally, what monsters drop is all based on probability. Getting equipment might have a 1 in 10,000 chance, and skills might even be 1 in a million. But with me, whatever I say drops, drops. Even if I'm just a farmer, I'll be the strongest farmer. That's easier said than done. When I looked at my stats, my enthusiasm immediately deflated. Name, Jiang Yuan. Profession, farmer. Level 0. Strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Agility, 5. Spirit, 7. Talent, designated drop. A complete weakling, but with a god-tier talent. If this were exposed, every major faction would try to capture me and use me as a money-printing machine. If I was unlucky, they might even turn me into a puppet. So, I had to hide it. Counting on the Lin family to protect me? Forget it. Lin Qingqing's parents had just been dragged into an abyssal rift, and there's little chance of their return. With them gone, the 3 elders immediately divided up the family assets, leaving the Lin clan an empty shell. Even Lin Qingqing's own family members are carving up her fortune, which is why the Lu family dared to use me as a stand-in groom. If my talent is exposed, there's only death waiting for me. But I can't let such a talent go to waste. Outside the city, there are fields that spawn low-level monsters. Normally, they wouldn't drop anything, but if I killed them, I could force them to spill loot. I needed to get a farm. After all, I'm Lin Qingqing's husband now. I could ask for a farm under her name to secretly build my strength. While I was plotting my next move, Lin Qingqing pushed the door open and walked in. She was in her wedding dress, so stunning that I couldn't look away, and all my thoughts instantly vanished. She knew all about me standing in for Lu Hao as the groom, so I assumed nothing would happen tonight. But to my surprise, she didn't say a word before starting to take off her clothes. Husband, now that you've married into my family, you're part of the Lin family. Our bloodline is thin, so let's start working on passing it down as soon as possible. With such an active initiative from my bride, if I hesitated for even 1 second, I wouldn't be considered a man. Thank you, Lu Hao. Thank you, Lu family. The next morning, Lin Qingqing got straight to the point. I don't know if my parents will ever return, so I have to prepare for the worst. In the next year or 2, I need to focus completely on leveling up and having a child. 3 months from now is the national entrance exam for professions. I need to perform well and secure a stronger mentor to protect the family. During this time, I'll be coming back irregularly. Every time I return, you must ensure you're home immediately, until I conceive. Can you do that? I didn't beat around the bush. I agree to everything you just said. But I have one condition. I'm a farmer. While you're out leveling up, it'll be boring if I just idle around at home. Do you have land near a safe zone outside the city? I want to farm, level up, and learn some survival skills. Lin Qingqing didn't even hesitate. She picked up her phone and made a call. Aunt Zhao, that plot of land near the eastern outskirts. Starting today, transfer it to my husband. Send me the coordinates. She hung up and tossed me a starter kit packed with beginner equipment, scrolls, and potions. These scrolls should be enough for you to kill a few hundred monsters. If it's not enough, let me know. Then she opened the door, preparing to leave. I'm off to train. I'll be back in 3 to 5 days. The car's outside. Take the keys if you need them. Take care of yourself. With that, she walked out. She hopped into the car, stepped on the gas, and sped away in a cloud of dust. I picked up the keys. When I clicked the unlock button, the headlights of an off-road vehicle blinked. No wonder they're a big family in Haicheng. I've really landed myself a blessing in disguise this time. I got in the car and headed straight for the east gate. Since the abyss descended years ago, farmland has become incredibly valuable. Every major family has their own farms. Half an hour later, I arrived at the city gates, and my identity had already changed. Jiang Yuan, manager of the Qingqing farm. The guards took one look and let me through without question. This was my first time outside the city. Inside and outside were two completely different worlds. Barbed wire fences lined the roads. Enclosing rows of sprouting crops, with farm gates spaced out at intervals. It didn't take long before I saw a signboard with the words, Qingqing Farm, standing tall in front of me. Face scanning granted access, and a sudden flood of 40 to 50 people surged out. The sharply dressed middle-aged man leading the group beamed with a broad smile. You must be Jiang Yuan, Mr. Jiang? Welcome. I didn't have time for pleasantries. Keep the farm operation as usual. I have only one request. If mutated rats, caterpillars, or skeletons appear, no one touches them. Notify me immediately. As soon as the words left my mouth, an employee stepped forward. Boss, there's a hollow area on the farm that's been infested by mutated rats. The land there needs at least 2 years to recover before it can be cultivated again. Occasionally, mutated rats or skeletons emerge from it. I just got back and saw a skeleton. It's almost fully formed. My eyes lit up. Take me there. On the way, the employee gave me a heads up. This skeleton is level 0, slow-moving, and harmless. If you have any gear, a couple of hits will shatter it. I didn't bother grabbing a scroll. Something as weak as a level 0? No need. But just to be safe, I cast a basic protective shield on myself. The people behind me looked stunned on the spot. A single low-level protective shield scroll alone was worth their monthly salary. Rich people, so extravagant. I couldn't care less about their reactions. Picking up the beginner's spear Lin Qingqing had given me, I approached the skeleton and slammed the spear down with a single thrust. I couldn't see its attributes, but its health bar was clear, completely full. That single hit took out a quarter of its HP. The skeleton finally reacted, turning ever so sluggishly, just in time for my second strike to connect. With movements as slow as molasses, I didn't hold back. A third strike, a fourth, they followed in quick succession. By the time it finally managed to lift its leg halfway through a full turn, its entire bone frame collapsed with a resounding crash, scattering into shards on the ground. Congratulations on killing a level 0 mutated skeleton. You have gained 1 experience point. Drop specification activated. Please select a drop direction. I froze for a moment. How was I supposed to choose? At least tell me what this skeleton could potentially drop first. Please select a drop direction. Confirm selection? Just as I was about to confirm, a sudden realization hit me. What exactly did drop direction mean? Could it be there were additional options? System, select drop direction. Confirm? Drop direction? Something clicked in my head. My eyes went wide. I tried thinking it on purpose. What if I switch the direction? Just drop me some stats instead. System, switch to monster stat direction. Confirm? My heart skipped a beat. It actually works? Then, what about skill direction? Talent direction. System, please confirm. Skill direction or talent direction. Right then, I could have kissed whatever God dropped me into this world. My power wasn't just designate the drop. It was designate everything the thing was carrying. Stats, skills, talents, whatever I wanted, it dropped. I stopped testing and just thought it. Stat direction. Confirm. System, choose a stat. Strength? Agility? Constitution? Spirit? This skeleton was slow as molasses. Agility and spirit had to be garbage, and constitution couldn't be much either. I picked strength without blinking. System, skeleton slain. You gained 3 strength. I pulled up my stats. Strength really was +3. If there hadn't been people around, I'd have laughed out loud. Here's the thing. A farmer gains 1 random stat per level. A normal combat class gets 2. Rare classes get 5, legendary 10. And me? 1 0-level skeleton got me what a normal class earns in a whole level. This power is absolutely broken. I swallowed the grin and turned to the workers. Hey, turns out I do get a little XP. Nice. I'll go rest in the car. Anything spawns, holler. I took 2 steps, then looked back at the guy in the suit. Oh, whoever spotted that monster, write down his name. Give him a day's pay. From now on, anyone who flags a monster for me gets a day's pay. That lit a fire under them. 10 minutes later, someone came running. A corrupted rat. Rats are fast, so I just chucked a fireball scroll. Burned it to a crisp before it could bolt. System, rat slain. +2 agility. Now I was hooked. By the end of the day, 10 skeletons, +23 strength. 12 rats, +18 agility. 8 grubs, +15 constitution. One afternoon, 56 stat points. For a farmer, that's like jumping 28 levels. The workers asked if I wanted to head back to the city. I said no. Yeah, right. I remembered. This farm spawns way more monsters at night. I've got tonight covered. Each team leaves 5 people to spot for me. The rest go sleep. These workers couldn't care less about 0-level kills. They're all level 1 and up, so the XP is flat 0. Killing these things is a waste of their time. If they can sit it out, they will. So the second I offered, both teams jumped on it. 5 stayed to find monsters. Everyone else went to bed. That night, way more spawned than during the day, 78 of them. Same as before, I dumped it all into stats. By the time the first light hit, my sheet was a different animal. Strength 9 +99 Constitution 6 +61 Agility 5 +49 Spirit 7 +1 HP 670. In one day, 210 stat points. That single spirit point took me 3 kills to figure out. Only rats drop it, and rarely. I tried 2 more after and got nothing. So I gave up on spirit and focused on the other 3. Stats alone weren't enough, though. I had no skills. Right as I shattered another skeleton, I picked the skill direction. System, you gained LV.0 skill, all-out strike. Simple effect, spend 10 mana, hit for 110% strength. But my spirit's low, so my mana's tiny. I could use it 8 times, tops. Worse than just swinging my spear. 0-level monster skills are all junk. Better to farm skills off something stronger later. I shelved it and kept grinding stats. The next 2 days, I barely left the farm. Killed another 200 plus. Spirit still didn't budge, but the other 3 exploded. Strength 108 plus 201 Constitution 67 plus 110 Agility 54 plus 123 3 days. 645 stat points. Even a legendary class would need second advancement level 47 to stack that. Forget my trash class. Judging by stats alone, any university in the country would be fighting to recruit me. But I was done thinking about college. With this power, all I had to do was keep my head down and grow quietly. Down the line, nothing could touch me. The plan was simple. Grind 10 more days, break level 1, bank 2,000 plus stats, then go hunt bigger game out in the wild. Plans don't survive contact with reality. Morning of day 4, a convoy rolled up to the gate of Chingching Farm. A few people climbed out of the lead armored car. The heavy-set woman who stepped out first didn't know her. Then a man slid out of the driver's seat, and she hooked her arm through his, and I grinned. That woman was Zhou Wanqing. Legendary class. And the guy on her arm? My dear little brother, Lu Hao. Even through the fence, I could hear Lu Hao's oily, ass-kissing voice. Babe, this is my parents' real son, my big brother, Jiang Yuan. For years I stole his life, and I owe him. Because of me, all he awakened was farmer. He never got to meet a prodigy like you. He had to marry into the Lin family instead. I've wanted to make it up to him forever, and now that we've run into him, I've got to make it right. I almost gagged. A grown man, playing the saint like some two-faced little weasel. This Zhou Wanqing was either blind or not all there to fall for this clown. A while back, with Zhou Wanqing backing him, I couldn't have touched Lu Hao. Not anymore. Legendary. Even mythical tier wouldn't mean a thing in front of my power. Give a man a weapon, and the urge to use it follows. With real leverage in my hands, I wasn't about to shortchange myself. Looking at Lu Hao's punchable face, I spoke up. Well, my good little brother came to see me. If I heard right, you're here to make up for the last 10 plus years? Perfect timing. Not gonna lie, I married into the Lin family, and the first thing my wife says is she wants a kid with me. Problem is, I'm just a life-class farmer. Never ate while growing up, body's weak as hell. I've been stressing about it. Figured I'd build myself up before she's back. Except a live-in son-in-law like me is broke. So since you're here, little brother, supplements, potions, anything that strengthens the body, hand him over. Stuff that boosts constitution or strength. Even better. And if you've got none of that, just float me 100 grand in gold and I'll buy my own. The fake sweetness slid right off Lu Hao's face. He didn't hear a word after that. He only heard one thing. Lin Qingqing wants a kid with me. Which meant the two of us were actually together. No way. How? Lin Qingqing's a prodigy. Even with her parents gone, there's no way she'd look twice at a farmer like me. Took me a second to figure out why Lu Hao bothered stopping at all. He's sucking up to Zhou Wanqing to level up and advance his class inside 3 months. But the one he actually wants? Still Lin Qingqing. His play. Once he advances into a higher class, kick Zhou Wanqing to the curb and crawl back to Lin Qingqing. Parents gone, nowhere to turn. Sooner or later, she'd have to lean on him. And the whole plan hinged on one thing. Lin Qingqing and I never sleeping together. He'd been so sure she'd never want me that he didn't even bother needling me. Today he just swung by to put me in my place, remind the toad to quit dreaming about the swan. Instead, he caught a bomb to the face. And it wasn't just Lu Hao who didn't buy it. Neither did his crew. A rich kid piped up. You're Jiang Yuan, huh? You've got some nerve. No way Lin Qingqing wants you, let alone a kid with you. Dream on. A prim little thing beside him laughed too. Lin Qingqing is the #1 campus beauty, and she awakened a rare class. With her status, she could have any guy in this city. You married in on a contract. Why on earth would she have a kid with you? Lu Hao decided they had a point, calmed right back down, and put the fake smile back on. Bro, I get it. You're scared people will say Lin Qingqing's too good for you, so you're talking big. But that's not okay. You're her husband, sure, but you married in. Who's to say you still will be in a while? If she dumps you and marries someone else, a line like that wrecks her reputation. Don't be so selfish. Don't smear people just to feed that twisted little ego of yours. The second he finished, a cold, flat voice cut in from the side. Smearing? Smearing who exactly? Coming through, make a hole. The crowd turned, and there was Lin Qingqing walking straight at us. 3 teammates trailed behind her, 3 women every bit as stunning as she was, 1 in red, 1 in pink, 1 in black. Add Lin Qingqing in white, and the 4 of them lined up were almost too much to look at. The people blocking the way shuffled back on instinct. When she reached Lu Hao, he opened his mouth to say hi. She didn't so much as glance at him. She walked right past, up to the farm gate, and looked at me. Husband, good thing you're at the farm. Come on, let's go home. I had a life priest check yesterday. I'm not pregnant. Tomorrow I'm heading somewhere far to grind levels, gone for days. So today, let's put in the work and try to make it happen. And with that, she climbed straight into the passenger seat of my off-road truck. Her 3 teammates shot me a look and piled into the back. Lu Hao just stood there, frozen. I wasn't in any hurry to drive off. I gave him a big smile and held out my hand. Little brother, you heard her. My wife's back. I've got to head home. Weren't you just saying you'd make it up to me? You probably don't have the goods on you right now, so forget the items. Just hand over 100 grand in gold. I'll grab some supplements on the way. His face went green. He opened his mouth to start cursing, and I shut it for him with one line. What are you hesitating for? Don't want to pay up? Or you got something else on your mind? Right on cue, Zhou Wanqing's eyes flicked toward him. Lu Hao ground his teeth and hit the trade button. 10,000 gold. Who carries that kind of gold around? 10 grand's all I've got. Take it or leave it. I tapped confirm without blinking. 10 grand's fine. Just keep 90 more on you. You'll hand it over next time we meet. Then I got in, fired up the engine, and rolled out with Lin Qingqing and her 3 friends, leaving him in the dust. By the time that truck was long gone, the people in Lu Hao's convoy finally snapped out of it. The #1 campus beauty, actually claimed by that live-in son-in-law. One guy couldn't wrap his head around it. Another lowered his voice. Honestly, it's not that hard to figure out. Lin Qingqing's parents got dragged into an abyss rift. They're basically not coming back. The Lin family split up too. If she wants to hold on to what's left, leveling up and finding a good mentor isn't enough. She needs an heir. These days, the country's got artificial incubator pods. A woman gets pregnant, they pull the embryo and grow it in a pod. No interruption to her leveling. All she wants is a kid. Say what you want about Jiang Yuan. He's still her legal husband. Having one with him? Safest bet there is. That landed, and the crowd got it. And the few who knew what Lu Hao had really been planning looked at him like he was the biggest sucker alive. You could practically see the horns sprouting on his head. For his own future, he dug up his parents' real son to take his place marrying in, dead sure nobody would ever want the guy, figuring he'd swoop back in for the girl later. And how'd that go? The two of them went straight to bed. Lu Hao's face was a thundercloud, but with Zhou Wanqing right there, he had to keep the act up. That whole day he stewed. He held out until they made camp that night, then finally pulled out his phone and fired off a message. Jiang Yuan's running Qingqing Farm outside the east gate now. He'll be there tomorrow for sure. I don't care how you do it. Take the punk out. Thing is, Lu Hao was overthinking it. Sure, Lin Qingqing was blunt about it, and yeah, once we got back we did put in some work on the next generation, for exactly one morning. That afternoon, she took me to buy a few thousand magic scrolls and over 1,000 potions, dumped the whole haul on me, and led me to the Lin family convoy. The three women were there again, plus the same crew from that morning. I drove at the tail of the convoy, out the east gate, past the farming zone, until I couldn't hold it in. Babe, all these scrolls and potions, you taking me to grind levels? Lin Qingqing said nothing. The shortest one, the girl in pink in the back seat, snorted first. Guess Qingqing hasn't told her brother-in-law yet. I'll do it. We stumbled onto an abyss projection, low level. This trip back was just to restock. We're about to dive in and grind. The convoy clears the area outside and keeps other teams off. We clear everything inside, fast as we can. 10 days if we're quick, 2 weeks if we're not. Qingqing didn't want to put your whole baby-making project on hold, so she brought you along. Your job, brother-in-law. On the breaks, keep Qingqing company and work on that kid. When we're busy, you sling scrolls at the monsters. Kill what you can, level up a little. Who knows, maybe 3 months from now you test into a university up in the capital. Lin Qingqing flushed and changed the subject fast. Husband, I never introduced them. They're my teammates and my best friends. The one talking, in pink, is Li Lianyue, a rare class spellblade. The redhead's Lu Jiyu, a rare fire archer. The one in black is Shun Qingyao, a rare rogue. Me, I'm a rare battle priest. These past 3 days, the lowest of us hit level 5. I made it to 6. Finding an abyss projection that matches our level right before the national exam is unbelievably lucky. Once we clear it, we might hit 15, even 20, finish our first advancement inside 3 months. After that, most universities are ours to pick from. The second she finished, Shin Qingyao and Black tossed out, deadpan, leave the leveling to us. You're too low, brother-in-law, save your energy. On the breaks, just take good care of Qingqing. Ahem, how do we circle right back to this? You're really not going to quit, huh? I think you're just jealous. Go find someone to marry and drag along to grind too. The pink one, Li Lianyue, stage whispered loud enough for the whole truck. Qingqing's getting all flustered, better drop it. The redhead, Lu Jiyu, patted her on the head and reined the joke in with a grin. All right, enough. But Qingqing's right. This projection's a huge break for us. Brother-in-law, don't sell yourself short just cause you're a life class. Plenty of life classers in the Dragon Nation, on all of Blue Star, are absolute monsters. The 8th advancement Poison King started as a herb gatherer. The 9th advancement Hammer Emperor, a blacksmith. No farmers carved out a path yet. Sure, but who says one can't? Maybe you're the one who blazes a whole new farmer's road. And your timing's great. If we hadn't found this projection, there's no way we'd bring you to grind. With it, dragging you along costs us nothing. You'll easily hit the teens, pick up some skills, land a good school no problem. The future? Anything's possible. That settled me a lot. Well, when you put it that way, I'm actually fired up. Maybe one day I turn into some kind of farming god. Lin Qingqing smiled. Hey, you never know. Let's get your level up first. Worry about the rest later. The convoy drove 3+ hours across the wilderness, corrupted monsters lunging in now and then, each one swatted down by the heavy hitters riding with us. Finally, we stopped in a valley, and everyone just stored their vehicles right into their packs. The woman leading the convoy, everyone called her Aunt Sun, came over. Young miss, no driving past here. Stay close on this stretch. Use your protection scrolls. Don't take chances. She handed me a high-grade scroll too, and I used it, even if I probably didn't need it. The 30 of them split into 6 teams, 1 front, 1 back, 2 on each side. I couldn't read their levels, but watching them cut down first advancement wild monsters like nothing, I knew. These people were peak first advancement at the least, maybe second advancement past level 60. And 3 more stuck close to us the whole time, never lifting a finger. Higher level, obviously. 10 odd minutes in, the group stopped. In front of us hung a twisted curtain of light. School had covered this, an abyss projection, an alternate space pried open by the rules of the abyss. Closer to the entrance, the weaker the monsters, the deeper in, the stronger. This one ran level 1 to 20. Just right for us. Aunt Sun spoke up. 6 teams are plenty to clear the outside. We'll keep watching shifts. Go on in and level up. Lin Qingqing took a deep breath. Thank you. Aunt Sunday, tell everyone. Double pay this month. Then she grabbed my hand with one of hers and Li Lianyue's with the other, all 5 hands stacked together, and Xun Qingyao reached out and touched the projection. The next second, all 5 of us vanished. The moment we were through, Aunt Sun's face changed. She sent the 2 on watch away, said she'd go scout the perimeter. But the second she turned, she didn't scout a thing. She headed straight off in one direction. Inside 10 minutes, she reached a flat clearing. She walked to the center, gave the ground a light stomp, and it caved in. She dropped underground with it. Below was a wide open space, 23 people waiting in it. Aunt Sun found a seat and spoke to a white-haired old man, second elder. I've delivered them. They won't be coming out for 10 days, 2 weeks. I left today on the excuse of scouting, so the earliest I'm back on watch is this time tomorrow. When your people are ready to move, send them to the projection entrance at this hour tomorrow. I'll let them in. But remember, this has to be airtight. The day the patriarch and his wife actually beat the odds and come back, not one of us walks away clean. The second elder stroked his beard and smiled. Relax. 5 rookies, that's all. My 20-some men are all level 19, 20. They're not sprouting wings and flying out. Once it's done, they hunt the projection clean of monsters. No monsters, and the projection collapses in no time. Whoever comes poking around later only ever finds that Lin Qingqing died inside an abyss projection. What's that got to do with us? So what are your plans after this, retainer's son? Why not stay on with the Lin family? Aunt Sun let out a cold laugh. The patriarch and his wife are barely gone, and you're already plotting against the young miss? Second elder, you think I'm dumb enough to keep being your retainer? The second elder's smile didn't waver. Then, that's a real shame. And at that very moment, inside the abyss projection, smearing? Smearing who exactly? Coming through, make a hole. The crowd turned, and there was Lin Qingqing walking straight at us. 3 teammates trailed behind her, 3 women every bit as stunning as she was, 1 in red, 1 in pink, 1 in black. Add Lin Qingqing in white, and the 4 of them lined up were almost too much to look at. The people blocking the way shuffled back on instinct. When she reached Lu Hao, he opened his mouth to say hi. She didn't so much as glance at him. She walked right past, up to the farm gate, and looked at me. Husband, good thing you're at the farm. Come on, let's go home. I had a life priest check yesterday. I'm not pregnant. Tomorrow I'm heading somewhere far to grind levels, gone for days. So today, let's put in the work and try to make it happen. And with that, she climbed straight into the passenger seat of my off-road truck. Her 3 teammates shot me a look and piled into the back. Lu Hao just stood there, frozen. I wasn't in any hurry to drive off. I gave him a big smile and held out my hand. Little brother, you heard her. My wife's back. I've got to head home. Weren't you just saying you'd make it up to me? You probably don't have the goods on you right now, so forget the items. Just hand over 100 grand in gold. I'll grab some supplements on the way. His face went green. He opened his mouth to start cursing, and I shut it for him with one line. What are you hesitating for? Don't want to pay up? Or you got something else on your mind? Right on cue, Zhou Wanqing's eyes flicked toward him. Lu Hao ground his teeth and hit the trade button. 10,000 gold. Who carries that kind of gold around? 10 grand's all I've got. Take it or leave it. I tapped confirm without blinking. 10 grand's fine. Just keep 90 more on you. You'll hand it over next time we meet. Then I got in, fired up the engine, and rolled out with Lin Qingqing and her 3 friends, leaving him in the dust. By the time that truck was long gone, the people in Lu Hao's convoy finally snapped out of it. The #1 campus beauty, actually claimed by that live-in son-in-law. One guy couldn't wrap his head around it. Another lowered his voice. Honestly, it's not that hard to figure out. Lin Qingqing's parents got dragged into an abyss rift. They're basically not coming back. The Lin family split up too. If she wants to hold on to what's left, leveling up and finding a good mentor isn't enough. She needs an heir. These days, the country's got artificial incubator pods. A woman gets pregnant, they pull the embryo and grow it in a pod. No interruption to her leveling. All she wants is a kid. Say what you want about Jiang Yuan. He's still her legal husband. Having one with him? Safest bet there is. That landed, and the crowd got it. And the few who knew what Lu Hao had really been planning looked at him like he was the biggest sucker alive. You could practically see the horns sprouting on his head. For his own future, he dug up his parents' real son to take his place marrying in, dead sure nobody would ever want the guy, figuring he'd swoop back in for the girl later. And how'd that go? The two of them went straight to bed. Lu Hao's face was a thundercloud, but with Zhou Wanqing right there, he had to keep the act up. That whole day he stewed. He held out until they made camp that night, then finally pulled out his phone and fired off a message. Jiang Yuan's running Qingqing Farm outside the east gate now. He'll be there tomorrow for sure. I don't care how you do it. Take the punk out. Thing is, Lu Hao was overthinking it. Sure, Lin Qingqing was blunt about it. And yeah, once we got back, we did put in some work on the next generation for exactly one morning. That afternoon, she took me to buy a few thousand magic scrolls and over 1,000 potions, dumped the whole haul on me, and led me to the Lin family convoy. The three women were there again, plus the same crew from that morning. I drove at the tail of the convoy, out the east gate, past the farming zone, until I couldn't hold it in. Babe, all these scrolls and potions, you taking me to grind levels? Lin Qingqing said nothing. The shortest one, the girl in pink in the back seat, snorted first. Guess Qingqing hasn't told her brother-in-law yet. I'll do it. We stumbled onto an abyss projection, low level. This trip back was just to restock. We're about to dive in and grind. The convoy clears the area outside and keeps other teams off. We clear everything inside, fast as we can. 10 days if we're quick, 2 weeks if we're not. Qingqing didn't want to put your whole baby-making project on hold, so she brought you along. Your job, brother-in-law. On the breaks, keep Qingqing company and work on that kid. When we're busy, you sling scrolls at the monsters. Kill what you can, level up a little. Who knows, maybe 3 months from now you test into a university up in the capital. Lin Qingqing flushed and changed the subject fast. Husband, I never introduced them. They're my teammates and my best friends. The one talking, in pink, is Li Lianyue, a rare class spellblade. The redhead's Lu Jiyu, a rare fire archer. The one in black is Shun Qingyao, a rare rogue. Me, I'm a rare battle priest. These past 3 days, the lowest of us hit level 5. I made it to 6. Finding an abyss projection that matches our level right before the national exam is unbelievably lucky. Once we clear it, we might hit 15, even 20, finish our first advancement inside 3 months. After that, most universities are ours to pick from. The second she finished, Shin Qingyao in black tossed out, deadpan, leave the leveling to us. You're too low, brother-in-law. Save your energy. On the breaks, just take good care of Qingqing. Ahem. How do we circle right back to this? You're really not going to quit, huh? I think you're just jealous. Go find someone to marry and drag along to grind too. The pink one, Li Lianyue, stage whispered loud enough for the whole truck. Qingqing's getting all flustered. Better drop it. The redhead, Lu Jiyu, patted her on the head and reined the joke in with a grin. All right, enough. But Qingqing's right. This projection's a huge break for us. Brother-in-law, don't sell yourself short just cause you're a life class. Plenty of life classers in the Dragon Nation, on all of Blue Star, are absolute monsters. The 8th advancement Poison King started as a herb gatherer. The 9th advancement Hammer Emperor, a blacksmith. No farmers carved out a path yet. Sure, but who says one can't? Maybe you're the one who blazes a whole new farmer's road. And your timing's great. If we hadn't found this projection, there's no way we'd bring you to grind. With it, dragging you along costs us nothing. You'll easily hit the teens, pick up some skills, land a good school no problem. The future? Anything's possible. That settled me a lot. Well, when you put it that way, I'm actually fired up. Maybe one day I turn into some kind of farming god. Lin Qingqing smiled. Hey, you never know. Let's get your level up first. Worry about the rest later. The convoy drove 3+ hours across the wilderness, corrupted monsters lunging in now and then, each one swatted down by the heavy hitters riding with us. Finally, we stopped in a valley, and everyone just stored their vehicles right into their packs. The woman leading the convoy, everyone called her Aunt Sun, came over. Young miss, no driving past here. Stay close on this stretch. Use your protection scrolls. Don't take chances. She handed me a high-grade scroll too, and I used it, even if I probably didn't need it. The 30 of them split into 6 teams. 1 front, 1 back, 2 on each side. I couldn't read their levels, but watching them cut down first advancement wild monsters like nothing, I knew. These people were peak first advancement at the least, maybe second advancement past level 60. And 3 more stuck close to us the whole time, never lifting a finger. Higher level, obviously. 10 odd minutes in, the group stopped. In front of us hung a twisted curtain of light. School had covered this, an abyss projection, an alternate space pried open by the rules of the abyss. Closer to the entrance, the weaker the monsters, the deeper in, the stronger. This one ran level 1 to 20. Just right for us. Aunt Sun spoke up. 6 teams are plenty to clear the outside. We'll keep watching shifts. Go on in and level up. Lin Qingqing took a deep breath. Thank you. Aunt Sunday tell everyone. Double pay this month. Then she grabbed my hand with one of hers and Li Lianyue's with the other, all 5 hands stacked together, and Shun Qingyao reached out and touched the projection. The next second, all 5 of us vanished. The moment we were through, Aunt Sun's face changed. She sent the 2 on watch away, said she'd go scout the perimeter. But the second she turned, she didn't scout a thing. She headed straight off in one direction. Inside 10 minutes, she reached a flat clearing. She walked to the center, gave the ground a light stomp, and it caved in. She dropped underground with it. Below was a wide open space, 23 people waiting in it. Aunt Sun found a seat and spoke to a white-haired old man, second elder. I've delivered them. They won't be coming out for 10 days, 2 weeks. I left today on the excuse of scouting, so the earliest I'm back on watch is this time tomorrow. When your people are ready to move, send them to the projection entrance at this hour tomorrow. I'll let them in. But remember, this has to be airtight. The day the patriarch and his wife actually beat the odds and come back, not one of us walks away clean. The second elder stroked his beard and smiled. Relax. 5 rookies, that's all. My 20-some men are all level 19, 20. They're not sprouting wings and flying out. Once it's done, they hunt the projection clean of monsters. No monsters, and the projection collapses in no time. Whoever comes poking around later only ever finds that Lin Qingqing died inside an abyss projection. What's that got to do with us? So what are your plans after this, Retainer's son? Why not stay on with the Lin family? Aunt Sun let out a cold laugh. The patriarch and his wife are barely gone, and you're already plotting against the young miss? Second elder, you think I'm dumb enough to keep being your retainer? The second elder's smile didn't waver. Then, that's a real shame. And at that very moment, inside the abyss projection, we dropped into a stretch of broken, cracked earth, bone dry, like it hadn't rained in years. The second our 5 silhouettes appeared, things came crawling up out of the cracks, centipede-looking things, 1 meter plus long, near half a meter tall when they moved. Off to one side, 20, 30 of them at least, locked onto us and charged. Lin Qingqing didn't even turn around. These are abyss crawlers, lowest of the low down here, level 1 to 5. Husband, don't ration those scrolls I bought you. Burn through them. Once they're gone, you'll be around level 10, and I've already prepped you a level 5 and a level 10 universal skill. After that, you can grind solo. Before she'd finished, she swung her staff and a bolt of holy magic slammed into the pack. Lu Jiu, in red, loosed 2 arrows and dropped 2 of them. Shen Qingyao, in black, blurred, reappeared behind a crawler, dropped from above, and cut it clean in 2 with a dagger. Li Lianyue, in pink, suddenly had a broad, heavy sword in her hands. Light flashed across her shoulder, and she charged in. 1 swing, 1 crawler split in half. My wife doesn't mess around. Neither do her friends. So, let's see what these things cough up for me. I tossed a scroll. An explosive fireball buried itself in the swarm, vaporized 1 on impact, and the blast took out 3 more around it. 25 XP, just like that. And 4 drop options bloomed in front of my eyes. These things have garbage spirit, stats can wait. So, first one, drop a backpack slot. Second, an equipment slot. Third, a talent. Fourth, the rarest thing on it. System, you gained a backpack slot. System, you gained a weapon slot. System, you gained F-rank talent, death throws. System, you gained a piece of the centipede set, centipede boots. My backpack went from 10 slots to 11. On my gear screen, a little ×2 popped up over the weapon slot. Just like I figured, if it's a monster, whatever's on it, I can take. That death throws thing. I read the tooltip. Even after your HP hits 0, You get 1 second to fire off your strongest skill. These crawlers' strongest skill is, what? Ramming into you? Somewhere else it might be useful. But with my teammates? They either vaporize a monster or slice it in half. Nothing's getting a death throw in. Basically useless. The centipede boots didn't go to my pack. They dropped right on the ground. Lin Qingqing picked them up, baffled. Li Lianyue leaned in for a look and her eyes went wide. A piece of the centipede set? Sure, it's only blue quality, but the drop rate on these is brutal. For kills and brother-in-law already scored one. His luck's insane. Once he levels up, we should party with him and let him land the killing blow. Might actually start dropping us good stuff. Lin Qingqing tossed me the boots. Level up first. Once you're higher, we'll try partying. Right now, every second counts. Keep pushing in. Husband, you just clean up the weak ones in the back. I nodded. They pushed ahead. I kept slinging scrolls. This time, though, I passed on the backpack slots, the gear slots, the talents. Nothing here was worth grabbing. Save those for when I actually need them. For now, stack stats. These abyss crawlers had way better stats than those 0-level corrupted monsters. Agility +5, strength +3, constitution +4. A dozen kills in, I had it pegged. Crawlers give the most agility, 4 points low, 6 high, 5 on average. I didn't dump it all into agility, though. I spread it across 3 stats, topping up whichever fell behind, keeping them even. By the time the crawlers were wiped out, I was almost level 2, 4, 500 crawlers. Nearly 2,000 points gained. On top of what I already had, my 3 stats came to 2,600, about 870 each. The power roaring through me was so much, I felt like I might lose control of it. Right as my head was spinning, the monsters changed. No more crawlers, now it was level 5 imps. I didn't hesitate. Through scrolls, and on the kills I went straight for spirit. Spirit +6, spirit +5, spirit +6. As my spirit climbed, my grip on my own body tightened up noticeably. And it clicked. If the other stats are sky high but spirit can't keep up, that's a problem too. From here on, all 4 stats grow together. So I farmed spirit up to nearly 900 before I stopped. Imps are humanoid, so I tried the other drop directions on them. Gear, droppable. Backpack, droppable. Talent, droppable. Skill, droppable. And then a thought just slipped out. Could I drop the whole monster? And the system actually answered, yes. Drop a whole monster? What's that even do? Let's find out. System, you gained a summoned creature. Imp. I froze. This imp, how'd it just become my summon? Then it hit me. Easy. These imps were summoned in the first place. The books say only 2 things can summon imps. Certain abyss-corrupted human classers and demon summoners. To summon this many level 5 imps, whoever's behind it is either level 15, 20 and up, or there's a lot of them. And Lin Qingqing's crew? Level 6, 7. Good thing I tagged along. This stretch could have gone bad for them. But the way I'm built now, I'm not sweating any summoner. So while I slung scrolls at imps, I dropped summons on the side. These summons are linked to me. They feed me intel. Scatter them across this projection to scout and run early warning? Couldn't be more perfect. By the time I had 80 of them, one sent word back. Keep going. And yeah, there are level 10 plus demon summoners ahead. A lot of them, hundreds, easy. I pieced it together. These imps are throwaways. Summoners conjure them for practice and abandon them. They can't handle the rules deeper in, so they drift out to the edge. Lin Qingqing's team won't reach the summoners today. Fine by me. Tonight, while everyone's resting, I'll slip off and handle the summoners myself. The rest of my time, I spent testing talents. Fire Affinity was a good one. I dropped it off a string of small fries, all F rank. Once I hit 10, the talent changed. Fire Affinity, E. Summons don't fuse, but talents do. Keep stacking, and one day this hits S rank, triple S, even. And that's just one talent. Down the line, I could be sitting on a pile of top tier ones. Then I tested skills, dropped Fireball. First one was level 3, second one level 3. The two instantly merged, and the XP jumped from a max 28% to 48%. Fused 2 more, and it hit level 4. So skills work the same. Duplicates turn into XP and stack forever. Talents fuse, skills grind up. This is too good. Stats, talents, skills, I had them all figured out. But the more broken it got, the clearer my head was. Take legendary classes. The further you advance, the harder your per level stat gains compound. If Zhou Wanqing really hits peak 9th advancement, she's looking at 1 billion stat points minimum. And that's just legendary. There's mythic tier, there's hidden classes. At 9th advancement, Those might be in the tens of billions. My 2,600 points? Nothing. So keep grinding. The imps cleared out, and the monsters swapped again, level 6 to 8 blood demon wolves. Watching Lin Qingqing and the others, packs full, chuck wolf meat, fangs, materials, potions, low-tier gear onto the ground, I quietly peeled off a few kills and dropped backpack slots. Every new kind of item, another slot. Waste nothing. Everything they threw away, I scooped up in the back. Before I knew it, it was noon. Area cleared. Lin Qingqing pulled out a lounge chair, kicked back, and ate while she talked. We hit this morning's target. Everybody grab some food. Get your stamina back. We keep going this afternoon. The others did the same. I didn't have a lounge chair, so I just dropped my off-road truck, popped the door, folded the back seats down. I was about to grab some food when a thought struck me. Babe, and you three lovely ladies. I'm guessing you all stocked up on scrolls before this trip? If we're here to grind, why pick these things off one at a time? We've got cars. Drive around. Herd the monsters into a clump, then drop scrolls on the pile. Way faster, no. That stopped all four of them mid-bite. Not a bad idea at all. Li Lianyue waved a hand, and out came a pink armored car. Family had it custom built for me. Figured it'd be handy out in the wild. Totally forgot it'd work inside the projection too. Shen Qingyao waved, and an identical car in black appeared. Same here. Guess it pays off. Lu Jiu gave a wry smile and pulled out a red one. Oh great. All the same model. I looked at my off-road truck, then at their three rides, armed to the teeth, and went quiet. I looked over at Lin Qingqing, eyes full of hope. She smiled, waved a hand, and a white car, same model, dropped to the ground. All four were probably custom-made at the same shop, just different colors. Honestly, never occurred to me you could drive inside a projection. Lesson learned. Think how many monsters we missed all morning. Then she asked, you all kept a slot loaded with enough fuel, right? Standard travel gear. Nobody knows how long they'll be out. And if a car runs dry, that's the real danger. Since they were kids, family drilled it into them. When you head out, you bring a car and enough fuel. Me? I obviously didn't have that little nugget of wisdom. Watching the other three nod, I made a quiet vow. Next trip home, I'm buying a mountain of fuel. My backpack's got room to spare. That afternoon, the four of them completely let loose. By morning, they'd only crept up to around level 7. By now, every one of them blew past 10. Lin Qingqing and Lu Jiu shot straight to 11. As for me, while they went off chewing through the tougher monsters, I drove back the other way to lure the low-level stuff that hadn't been cleared. Normally, once your level's up, killing these things does nothing for you, so nobody paid me any mind. They figured I was low level, still farming XP off them. What they didn't know, I get 0 XP off these things too. I kill them for one reason. They're easy, and I'd already quietly dropped myself a few skills. The second I got some distance, I didn't even need scrolls, a couple of fire spells, one shot. And during the cooldown, I'd just hop out of the car and wipe everything around me in the blink of an eye. Pick up loot, stack stats, keep moving. Every so often I had to swing the truck back near Lin Qingqing's crew and scoop up whatever they'd tossed. The afternoon was way more efficient than the morning. By lunch I'd banked under 5,000 stat points. By the end of the afternoon, all four of my stats had blown past 4,000, 16,000 plus total. At this rate, I top out around 10 grand something points a day. I should start checking these monsters for AoE skills. Drop a few, stack them up, then go farm somewhere the abyss is crawling with them. That's how you really rack up stats. The area was about picked clean, so I drove back to meet up with the others. After dinner, Lin Qingqing turned to her three friends, flat out. You three rest here. My husband and I are bunking somewhere else. And before they could even process it, she yanked me into her car, fired it up, and peeled out. It took the three of them a good while to come back to Earth. Lu Jiu sighed. Qingqing really wants a kid, huh? Look at her, can't even wait. Is carrying on the bloodline really that big a deal? Shen Qingyao rolled her eyes. Maybe, or maybe not. And she headed back to her car to sleep. Li Lianyue shook her head side to side. Ditching her friends for a man, shameless. A place this dangerous and she still won't pass up the chance. That's not about a bloodline. If you ask me, she just enjoys the process. Nope. Done eating, I'm going to bed. It took Lu Jiu another beat to catch the meaning. Her face went red. She muttered, so shameless, under her breath, and hurried back to her own car. So it was quiet on their end. But 20-some kilometers away, up on a mountain, Lu Hao was losing it. He barked into the phone. What is wrong with you people? I told you, find the guy, figure out how to kill him. A whole day, And you didn't even lay eyes on him. And it didn't occur to you to investigate? I had to call to find that out. Tomorrow, you put every body you've got on it and pin down exactly where Jiang Yuan is. The second you find him, you call me. First thing. The other end groveled and apologized. He'd barely hung up when a heavy-set figure swayed into the tent. One look at that doughy face and Lu Hao's stomach turned, but he forced a smile. Babe, I've got grinding to do tomorrow. Why aren't you resting? It's late. A man and a woman alone like this, even engaged, if word got out it'd hurt your reputation. Go, please, just go. One more look at you, and I won't sleep a wink. But Zhou Wanxing just gave him a coy little poke, nearly scaring the soul clean out of him. Oh, stop. I'm a traditional girl. Before we're married, that last step is strictly off limits. But everything else, we can try, can't we? Lu Hao's suffering. Jiang Yuan would never feel it. After half a night of work, once Lin Qingqing was out cold, I slipped out the car door and headed deep into the projection. I ignored every monster on the way. My target was the Abyss Summoners. I wanted to know how these Abyss Summoners were different from the regular kind. On Blue Star, a summoner's conjures have a time limit, but these guys' imps just stick around. I wanted their skills, and I was worried they had some trick up their sleeve that'd burn Lin Qingqing's team later. With my stats, one look at a summoner, one slash, and it split apart. 50 XP. I picked the skill drop. System, you gained the skill. Demon Summoning, LV.3. Summon 3 abyss creatures of your level, or 30 at half your level, to serve you. 30-minute cooldown. My eyes lit up. No wonder their summons don't depend. An abyss projection is an abyss environment. But that's not the point. The point is 30 abyss creatures in one shot. Even parked in the city, I could summon 30 every half hour, kill them, and farm stats. That's 1,400 plus a day. For the stats alone, that's explosive growth. And this is only level 3. I kept killing. By the third skill drop, my summoning hit level 4. By the time I'd wiped out close to 200 abyss summoners. System, Demon Summoning, LV.8. Summon up to 80 at once. 10-minute cooldown. Now it was just absurd. 480 an hour. Over 10,000 a day. Farmed for stats, that's tens of thousands of points a day, minimum. And the higher my level and stats climb, the bigger that number gets. Great skill. I need to learn more summoning skills like this. The only other thing that summons in bulk is necromancers, I think. If I run into one, I'll give it a shot. From here on, I don't even have to leave the city to farm stats. This trip? Worth it. On the way back, I summoned 8 level 7 abyss mages and found they all carried one AoE skill, Hellfire. Something clicked. All day pushing forward, we'd left a trail of low-level monsters Lin Qingqing's team didn't bother with. Hellfire was perfect for sweeping those up. So I didn't kill the 8 mages. I marched them back the way we'd come. The second I was clear of the others, 8 waves of Hellfire poured down on the small fry like it was free. In a little over an hour, every monster under level 6 was wiped clean. Way better than picking them off one by one. Burn through the skill, kill the mages, swap in a fresh batch. Efficiency goes up 100-fold. And killing them, I learned Hellfire myself, even nastier than theirs. From now on, Abyss Mage or Abyss Summoner, I grab their skills first. One's AoE, one's Mass Summon. Both are grind machines. One busy hour at night beats a whole day of grinding. Looks like going forward, I should be farming solo. The city's west gate opens right onto the coast, and the coast got more low-level monsters than you can count. Perfect spot to farm stats. Then I shook my head. Farming can wait. No rush this week. For now, I stick with Lin Qingqing's crew. I summoned 80 abyss crawlers, added them to the summons I'd already dropped, and scattered them across the projection to scout and watch the surroundings. Then I went back to sleep. I was half out when I felt someone calling me. Frowning, I cracked my eyes open. Nobody was calling. It was my summons reaching out. I closed my eyes and focused, and there it was. Over a dozen of my summons dead, 2 more pinging me nonstop. I can feel everything a summon sends in its dying moment. So I knew exactly how they died, and I heard what the people who killed them said right before. My eyes narrowed. So these guys came for Lin Qingqing on purpose, which means there's a traitor in the convoy, and whoever can wave people into the projection has to be one of the 3 strongest. Once we're out, I just ask who is on watch tonight. But for now, I'll deal with you first. Nobody messes with my sweet-kept man deal. And honestly, I'm curious. If I take you out, do you cough up your classes too? The projection entrance. 20-some people, having just cleared a few small monsters, walked slowly inward. One of them grumbled. 20-some level 20s, sent to kill a handful of sub-level 10s? Total overkill. This projection lets you level up. They should have sent the level 15s to do the job and grind on the side. Us. We finish the task and get squat. Can't even level. Complete waste of time. The young man up front shot him a glare. What do you know? The second elder handed us this job because he trusts us. Pull it off clean, and our future's wide open. Less talk, more speed, go find the guy. The words had barely left his mouth when something flickered at the edge of his vision, a head rolling off the neck of the man beside him. Before it registered, the 20-some people behind him were getting their heads sliced off, one after another, by something he couldn't even see. In a blink, all of them were headless corpses. A figure appeared in front of him out of nowhere. If you don't want to end up like your friends, tell me. Who sent you? Who let you in? I let out a sigh. Shame. Real shame. I tried to drop their classes, no luck. Tried their XP, no luck either. Classes and XP must not count as items. As for talents, these guys flat out don't have any. The books say only legendary classes and up get talents. Common and rare classes don't. Not until they hit first advancement and a talent awakens with the new class. 2 slots wasted. The remaining 20 or so, I didn't waste. The casters, I took skills off everyone. Picked up a dozen plus attack, control, even healing skills. Low level, sure, but with my stats they one-shot small fry no problem, and best of all, they overlapped with the skills in my scrolls. So now I can skip the scrolls and just cast. The last 8, I tried stat drops, no different from killing monsters. So killing people for drops? Not much to it. I kept the last one alive, I wanted answers. Thud. The squad leader dropped straight to his knees. This was an abyss projection. Level 20 is the ceiling here. So why was the guy in front of him cutting down his men like chopping vegetables? Obviously, killing him would take exactly 1 swing. He'd just finished his class advancement with the family's help, just clawed his way to level 20. He didn't want to go out like this. He had a future, a tomorrow, hope. Whatever you want to ask, ask. I'll tell you everything. Hold nothing back. Satisfied, I hauled him to his feet. Good attitude. So talk. Who sent you in? Who let you in? What's the goal? Make it good, and I'll let you walk. When a man's cornered, he grabs at any straw. Even if grabbing it gets him killed, he grabs anyway. This guy was no different. It was the second master. The Lin family's second master put me up to it. Word is, he wants to fuse the broken-up Lin family back into one, with himself as the new patriarch. So the young miss can't be allowed to live. Dead. She's the last thing standing in the way of reunification. I don't know who let us in, but I heard the second elder call her Retainer Sunday, and the second master's waiting underground, not far from the projection, for the result. Surname Sun had to be the one Lin Qingqing calls Aunt Sunday. So the people around my wife aren't all clean either. I'll do some house cleaning later. Nobody gets to wreck my good thing. As for this second elder, he made his move, so he doesn't get to walk away alive. The only real question, how strong is he? Tell me about your second elder. What makes him think he can be patriarch? He's the strongest in the Lin family right now. The patriarch and his wife used to be the strongest, both 6th advancement. But once they went into the Abyss Rift, the family had no 6th advancement left. Nobody knows how, but the second master pulled off a 6th advancement himself. His power took a massive leap. His total stats broke 1,000,000. Give him a few years, he gains a level a year, easy, and a rare class at 6th advancement pulls 200,000 plus stats per level. A few more years, and he's a serious power. I ran the math in my head. A rare class, peak 5th advancement, only banks 800-something thousand stats. Add the 200-some thousand from hitting 6th advancement level 1, and this second elder tops out around level 181. No way he's climbing any higher anytime soon. Still, 6th advancement is 6th advancement. On top of stats, he's got skills, gear, and talent stacked on. Even at a flat 1,000,000 stats, in a real fight he might throw down with 2-3 million worth of power. Fine, I'll let you live a few more days, you mutt. I stack my own power first, then I come back and finish you. As for the squad leader in front of me, I brought a palm down, and in his disbelieving eyes, smashed him into paste. 8 spirit dropped. Nuisance handled. Now, back to farming stats. I got back as Lin Qingqing's crew were waking up. After breakfast, we picked the grind right back up. They were laser-focused on monsters, totally tuned out to anything beyond the projection. No idea that out there, 2 separate groups were chewing their nails off. Over the next few days, I cleared the level 1s with them by day, and by night, I summoned abyss mages to bundle up and torch all the low-level monsters they couldn't be bothered with. The higher the monster level, the bigger the stat drops. Day 1, day and night combined, got me 50,000. Day 2, with summoned abyss monsters mixed in, 80,000. Day 3, 120. Day 4, 150. By the end of day 5, my total stats had piled up to an absurd 600,000, pure stat-wise, late 5th advancement. One more day, and I'd have peak 5th advancement numbers. With that many kills, my level climbed too, straight past 15. Lin Qingqing and the others hit 17, 18. 2 monster types left in the projection. 1,000 plus level, 18 stone men. Over 2,000 level, 19 fire salamanders. And in the deepest part, 2 level 20s, abyss skeleton captains. Scouting last night, I'd killed a few of each and figured out their quirks. Stone men drop constitution, 20 points a pop. Salamanders drop spirit, about 15 each. The most interesting were those 2 skeleton captains. 2 of them, sure, but the first one I killed turned out to be the other's clone. Once I killed the real one, I designated its clone skill. System, Soulfire clone, split off a wisp of soulfire, bind it to a corpse, and gain 1 permanent clone. Takes a year to reform if killed. The host bones must have had at least half the original stats in life. The clone can switch between skeletal and original form. At the moment of creation, it inherits all the original stats and skills, and can't self-improve afterward. Lots of restrictions, and the clone I dropped had the skeleton captain's stats. But I was happy. I'd basically scored a free level, 20 skeleton clone. Better still, that skill can summon another clone, one that inherits all of my stats. I held off on that one though. My stats still aren't where I want them. Let me grind a while longer. By then, the clone I summon might come out with the power of a 7th, 8th, even 9th advancement. After that, I lounge around living off my wife while my clone makes a name for itself and keeps me safe. What a life. So when Lin Qingqing invited me to party up, I jumped on it. Stats to gain. I'm already level 15. For a life class, that fast is honestly pretty great. I can buy more scrolls to level later. Right now the priority is getting you 4 up. So here's the deal. Hand me all the scrolls. I don't even want the party XP. Split it among yourselves. I drive, herd the monsters, and dump scrolls. You clean up the stragglers behind me. We flatten this projection as fast as we can. Sound good? Lin Qingqing shook her head. Method's fine, but 0 XP for you doesn't sit right. Keep 10%. Li Lianyue chimed in. And whatever the monsters drop, we don't want it. All yours. Lu Jiu drew her bow settled. Let's move. Shun Qingyao faded out of sight. So I didn't hold back. Drove out front herding monsters, slinging scrolls like they were free, while they mopped up behind me. While we ran our final sweep, underground not far from the projection, the second elder had called up another 20 people, Aunt's son right beside him. Almost time for your shift change. The last batch, 20-some, still no word. No idea what went wrong. These 20, I'm sending in. At your projection entrance, give it 2 hours, tops. Someone will come back out and report. I'd like to see for myself what this accident was. Aunt's son stood. Since your people are here, have them fall in behind me. Once I swap with the watch, I'll let them in. Aunt's son in front, the second elder behind with his 20 all cloaked. At the entrance, the watch changed, and the 20 walked straight into the projection. The second elder, hedging against trouble, turned and left. And 80-some kilometers out, a convoy was following the trail left days ago, headed for the projection. In the middle car, Zhou Wanqing and Lu Hao. Zhou Wanqing was steaming. When I awakened, the Classer Guild flat out said all of Coastal City's resources go to me first, so I'd power up before the national exam. And the Lin family finds a low-level projection and doesn't even report it? Step on it. Don't let them clear all the monsters. This is prime power leveling. Lu Hao was even angrier. Angry she hadn't reported it. Angrier that she'd taken Lu Hao along to level. And angry at his own useless people. If they were worth a damn, he'd have had her movements days ago. It took them until now just to dig up that she'd bought a huge stack of magic scrolls. Everyone knows clearing monsters with scrolls is a waste, except in one case. Clearing an abyss projection. That nailed it. Babe, relax. 5 days in max. 5 people can't clear a whole projection. The second we find theirs, it's ours. We've got a Classer Guild rep in the convoy. They won't have a choice. Once we take it over, you shoot straight to 20, and I ride your coattails. Zhou Wanqing was already picturing herself cutting loose inside, and burst out laughing. Exactly. Lin Qingqing doesn't get to outlevel me. And that Jiang Yuan, some dirt farming nobody who thinks he can pass up my sweetheart? Dream on. Tell them to find the lead faster. Push the convoy. I can't wait to get in there and grind. On her word, Lu Hao instantly puffed up, rolled down the window, and barked at the convoy. My babe says move it. Anybody slows her down. None of you walks away clean. Half a day in, the 1,000-plus stone men were basically wiped out. When we hit the salamanders, I made an excuse, bathroom, and slipped off. My summons had pinged me. The second elder's second batch was closing in. The moment I was clear, I tore over there at full speed and wiped all 20. Didn't even bother keeping one alive to ask about the outside. Whatever the second elder's up to, he has to hide it from everyone. My wife's parents could still be alive, after all. Even if he wants the patriarch's seat, he can't move out in the open. So the second we're out of the projection, nobody dares touch us. And in here, the highest he can slip in is level 20, nothing to sweat. Right now, the only thing that matters is clearing every last monster and making this projection vanish for good. Back to driving and chucking scrolls. Around 4 in the afternoon, the last few salamanders went down. My total stats broke 900,000. Judging as a rare class, my stats are past the 5th advancement ceiling, but not yet 6th. Once I'm back, I can finally operate solo, stack power fast, clean up this Lin family mess, and then settle into the soft life with a clear conscience. Feeling the projection start to dissolve, I drove around fast, sweeping everything into my pack. The instant it collapsed, the 5 of us popped out right where we'd entered. The moment we appeared, a flicker of surprise crossed Aunt Sun's eyes, gone in a blink. Congratulations, young miss. You broke level 20. That fast, you'll surely complete your first advancement before the exam. Li Lianyue bounced over, grinning. Aunt Sun, it's not just Qingqing, we're all 20 now. 3 months out, we'll all advance. Aunt Sun nodded along. All congratulations. Indeed, ladies. Where you all are now, you'll advance before the exam for sure. Since the projection's gone, let's head back and rest up first. A while ago I got wind of a level 10 to 30 projection, pricey, and I figured you were leveling slowly, so I held off. But now that you're all 20, it suits you perfectly. I'll reach out and try to lock down the exact location. Their eyes lit up. Leveling inside a projection is just so much faster. The rules cap the monsters, unlike the wild, where attacking a pack of level 10s might suddenly draw a level 50 or 100, or where hitting one pulls hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands. One more sub-30 projection, and they could push all the way to 30. Aunt Sun, we'll leave it to you. Let's head back then. The words weren't even out when an engine roared in the distance. A moment later, a convoy pulled up in front of us. Lu Hao climbed out behind Zhou Wanqing, along with a string of guards. Zhou Wanqing jabbed a finger at a middle-aged man in a sharp suit. You said the projection was right here. So why don't I see one? The man walked a few steps with a scanner, frown deepening, then turned to us, face dark. You're with Coastal City's Lin family, aren't you? The Classer Guild has said it again and again. For these 3 months, anyone in Coastal City who finds an abyss projection has to report it. Especially one suited for sub-30 rookies, strictly no private entry. What is wrong with you people? You cleared every monster inside, and now even the projection's gone. Do you have any idea how big a loss this is? Any idea what it means for the one and only legendary classer in this whole city? Every projection is one more step toward the Sacred Class Academy for her. This was supposed to be Coastal City's pride, and you just used it up. What do you have to say for yourselves? The Lin folks all curled their lips, and I got exactly what they meant. A guild notice means nothing to families like these. In 3 months, it's the national exam. Family, faction, or some random nobody. Nobody who stumbles on a projection is going to report it. Who doesn't want a better score? The guild's just got a few heavy hitters propping it up, and now it thinks it owns the city? Pushing Zhou Wanqing up the ladder helps them, not us. I kept quiet and looked at Lin Qingqing. She smiled at the man, easy. Esteemed guild official, I think you've got it wrong. You're right, a projection did appear here, but it was nowhere near sub-30. Look around at us. 5th advancement, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, even 1st. We brought this many people precisely to cash in on wild projections. And the one we hit happened to be a 3rd advancement projection. Our people already cleared it, so it's gone. We get that the guild wants to back its legendary classer, but a 3rd advancement projection? Finders keepers. We found it, sent our people in, cleared the monsters. What's wrong with that? Forget that your notice isn't even officially recognized. Even if it were, Us clearing a third advancement space has nothing to do with you. Giving you this much of an explanation is already doing you a courtesy. Now, kindly step aside. We're leaving. The guild crew's faces went black. The projection was gone. Nobody could pin down its tier now. The guild, the Dragon Nation government, every major power on the planet. All they can detect is that a projection was here. The level? You only learn that by going inside. No entry, no confirmation. And right then, that guild man looked thoroughly put out. By the looks of it, the projection had only just collapsed. A few minutes earlier, and they wouldn't be standing here this helpless. I was still figuring out what to say when Lu Hao spoke up. Ching, do you even believe what you're saying? We awakened our classes a few days ago, and you're already past level 20. Your teammates are in their 20s. Even my brother, a life class farmer, made it to 18. Hitting levels that high, that fast. What else could it be but an abyss projection? Zhou Wanqing nodded along. I'm a legendary classer, and everyone I brought is elite class. Even grinding the wild together, I'm only 14 right now. The rest are 12. You climbing this high this fast? What else could it possibly be? Lin Qingqing didn't answer the pointed questions. Xin Qingyao, in black, did. Quit babbling. Where's your proof? And it's either Miss Lin or sister-in-law to you. Lu Hao frowned. Fine, Miss Lin. You hitting 20 this fast. Even my farmer brother hitting 17. That's not proof. Li Lianyue, in pink, pointed at the two of them with a grin. We hit 20 because we're good. Because we work hard. Because we grind. You're both below us. You can't even keep up with my brother-in-law, a dirt farmer. So why is it our problem and not yours? If you're low level, isn't that just you not putting in the work? Don't think a little talent means you can coast. Talent without effort gets you nowhere. Our levels came from killing monsters fair and square. Nothing to do with any projection. So don't go pinning it on us. Next time you can't measure up, ask yourself, why am I such a scrub? Watching their faces go red, I quietly flashed a thumbs up. Girl, you really know how to twist the knife. Well then, as the brother-in-law, I can't be shown up either. My dear little brother, you know, I really do have to thank you for all this. Word is, my birth parents knew about me for years. They just didn't want to claim me back when I was a nobody. It was you who talked them into bringing me home. You who talked them into making me marry into the Lin family. Without you, how would I ever have wed Coastal City's #1 campus beauty? Married in or not, same difference. We're husband and wife now. And it's all thanks to you, little brother. You didn't just hand me a gorgeous wife. You handed me the chance to get carried to higher levels by her. You know I'm just a farmer. To even apply to college, I'd need level 10, and 10 is brutal. To get carried, I need someone sub 30, but everyone sub 30's prepping for the exam, who'd drag along dead weight like me. Yet my wife and her teammates didn't mind one bit. They carried me all the way to 17. It's been less than 10 days, and there's 80 some left. Who knows, maybe this farmer even advances. A first advancement farmer can't get into the Sacred Class Academy, sure, but one of the nation's top 10 academies? I'll land a spot. And it's all you're doing, little brother. Thank you. Thank you, my foot. If I'd known marrying into the Lin family meant hitting 17 this fast, I'd have gladly handed you the gig. And it's not even just 17. You think I capped at 17 because I'm a farmer? Swap me in, I'd be at 20 like the rest of them. 20 this fast. Give it 80 more days and the smallest bit of effort. That's a first advancement. This jackpot. He handed it to me with his own two hands. Coastal City's #1 beauty too, dropped right in my lap. And look at him now. Still has to go service that fat woman's freaky little appetites. Right as Lu Hao stood there ashen, eyes drifting back to Lin Qingqing, my wife's third critical hit landed. Holy priest, quick, my stomach feels off. Come check whether I'm pregnant. One of our holy priests hurried over. Zhou Wanqing sent one of her own up too. Go take a look as well. A woman's pregnancy is no small thing. An extra set of eyes, an extra bit of peace of mind. Two beams of light settled over Lin Qingqing. Congratulations, young miss, you're pregnant. By the timing, it'd be the day we rested. The Zhou family's priest nodded too. She's pregnant, all right. If that rest day was 7 days ago, the math checks out. 7 days ago. That was the day Lin Qingqing took her break. In broad daylight, Lu Hao's vision went black. The middle of the day, the two of them just. If they did it in daylight, then their wedding night, they were absolutely together too. He'd been so sure of himself, dead certain Jiang Yuan would never lay a finger on Lin Qingqing. How laughable that looked now. The woman he loved most, shoved, by his own hand, straight into the arms of the man he most wanted dead. A cold glint crossed his eyes. Fine. If the goddess has nothing to do with me anymore, then don't blame me for what comes next. Lu Hao pulled himself together, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Then congratulations are really in order, Miss Lin, big brother. Won't be long before your parents. But you climbed this fast, and it can only be an abyss projection. The guild gave clear notice, and you ignored it. Shouldn't there be a penalty? The guild man nodded eagerly. He had a guild's dignity to defend. Lin Qingqing rubbed her belly and looked up with a smile. I'm pregnant today, good mood, so I won't hold it against you. Let me explain one more time. We leveled fast for a very simple reason. We kept running into huge packs of low-level monsters and wiped them all with scrolls. At 6, 7, we ran into level 7s. At 10, level 11 and 12s. At 15, 16, level 17 and 18s. And they just happened to cluster together, just happened not to land a hit on us, and just happened to never have anything higher show up. That whole pile of coincidences got us where we are. See, makes perfect sense. The Lin folks nearly laughed out loud. Not even a ghost would buy that. The other side didn't buy it either. How could anything be that convenient? But so what if they didn't? Lin Qingqing added, flat and cool. Whether I'm telling the truth or not, feel free to check. Prove me a liar, and I'll give you a different version. Can't prove it? Then stop blocking us. You heard it. I'm pregnant. I need to get back, run my checks, and get the embryo into an incubator pod. She slipped her arm through mine. This is my first child. Once the baby's settled, I want a few more. If there's nothing else, kindly step aside. The guild wanted to stop us, but they had no grounds. Her story was an obvious lie, they just couldn't prove it. Same as they couldn't prove we'd leveled inside a projection. Zhou Wanxing waved her people aside. If you can't prove it, let them go. When Lin Qingqing drew level with her, she spoke up. You just got a little lucky. It won't be long before I catch you, and Coastal City's first advancement classer will be me. Lin Qingqing's steps paused. She looked back. Then, let's wait and see. Our convoy rolled past the Zhou families, dropped our vehicles, climbed in, and drove off. Watching them disappear, Zhou Wanxing turned to the guild man, her voice hardening. I know you can locate abyss projections, and I've heard people are willing to hand one over, for a small price on your end. I used to be the highest level in all of Coastal City, so I didn't care. But now there are 5 people above me, well above me. If I don't get a projection to level in, those 5 leave me in the dust. Come exam time, a legendary classer who can't even outfight elites? The Sacred Class Academy won't want me. So think it over. Cough something up now and get me leveled fast, or watch me get buried and walk away with nothing. That line hit the guild right where it lived. The whole reason they backed Zhou Wanxing was a bet that she'd get into the Sacred Class Academy. Push a prodigy into that school, and the payoff is enormous. Better still, after she graduates, she might well join the guild itself. Bigger payoff. If she gets buried, all that early investment vanishes. They had no choice. Done your way. I'll contact them right now. But since we're already out of the city, we level here in the meantime and head straight over once the projection's confirmed. Not a second to waste. With us guarding you, your wild XP won't fall too far behind either. You want to catch those 5, you put in the work too. Zhou Wanxing waved Lu Hao and the others off to grind nearby. The high-level monsters, naturally, were the convoys to handle. Seeing everyone get moving, the guild man pulled out his comm and reported to HQ. Coastal City HQ convened the second the message landed, and within minutes they'd locked it in by the projection. But when they went to contact the seller had gone dark. That sent HQ into a panic. Out in the wild, though, Zhou Wanxing wasn't worried at all. As far as she was concerned, the guild had agreed, so the projection was a done deal. She even bragged to Lu Hao and crew, shameless as ever. The guild's sending the projection's location any minute. Level 10 to 30, I hear. I'll take you all in, and you'd better not embarrass me. One sweep of the monsters is enough to push us to 30. Lin Qingqing's little lead won't matter. Without a projection, 20 to 30 takes a month or 2, minimum. They're doomed to fall behind us. Then a thought struck her, and she perked up. With a wave, she dropped a soundproof tent. You 3 grind hard. My sweetheart and I have something to study. While I'm studying, you'd better rack me up some XP. And with that, she hauled a thoroughly dead inside Lu Hao into the tent. Back home, Lin Qingqing had no time for me. She was pregnant, which meant 2 or 3 days of pulling the freshly conceived embryo and moving it into a special incubator pod, a whole battery of checks in between. 2 days if fast, 3 if slow. These 3 days, do whatever you want. But when I'm discharged in 3 days, I'll let you know, come over. We're husband and wife, after all. I promised right away. Don't you worry, dear wife. I'll spend the 3 days clearing wild monsters somewhere close outside the city. Try to squeeze out a level or two. Next time we hit a projection, I'll aim for 30. And if I can advance, even a first advancement farmer should land a decent school. She wasn't quite at ease. Should I have Aunt Sun send a few people to protect you? I laughed. No need. I'm carrying a whole stack of protection scrolls, and I won't go far, just around Coastal City. Anything dangerous, I can bolt back fast. Relax. She thought it over, decided it was fine, and left with her mind at ease. The second she was gone, I got in the car, this time out the west gate. West of the city, more rolling farmland. Past the fields, a simple outer wall. Through its gate, open wilderness. 10-odd minutes down the wilderness road, and there was the coast. Along the shoreline, plenty of people were hunting sea monsters, some lower-level types killing and scavenging at the same time, since even cheap ocean materials sell, so a lot of life-class players camp out here. Too crowded. I didn't stop, just drove north along the coast. 40-some minutes later I finally parked, because I couldn't spot a single classer anymore. Not because the monsters here are strong, the opposite. They're too low-level, too numerous, and too far from the city. Low-level players don't need to come this far to hit 10+. High-level players get 0 XP off sub-10 monsters. Only the occasional 20 or 30 level thing hidden in the mix gives them anything, and it's just not worth the trip. But for me, this spot was practically tailor-made. This place, everybody else writes it off as a worthless dump. To me, it's heaven. The monsters are packed too tight. Nudge one and dozens come running, and low-level players can't handle that. If the high levels step in to help, the low levels get no XP. So nobody bothers coming out here. I put my car away, looked at the shoreline crawling with corrupted crabs and corrupted turtles, and grinned. These things run level 1 to 10, with maybe a stray over 10. Killing them gets me 0 XP. But for me, that's exactly the point. Pure stats, no levels, and I can cut loose and slaughter to my heart's content. I waved a hand and summoned my level. 20 skeleton clone first, then 8 level, 18 abyss mages, and finally, all 80 of my level, 5 imps. Clone takes point. Take the summons and kill whatever you want. The clone's best feature is a brain about as sharp as mine. Even as a level 20 skeleton, it can command every summon I've got. The clone charged out front, the whole pack swarmed the wave of monsters, and hellfire and fireballs rained down like they were free. I wasn't idle either. One hellfire took out 8 or 9. In the thick spots, a dozen plus. Skill on cooldown, I'd swap to the next. Yoi spent, I'd go single target. Cooled down, I'd cycle back through. Whenever a level 20 something popped up near the clone, I'd handle it on the side. An hour blinked by. I glanced at my stats, and my pupils shrank. 20,000 points. In 1 hour. The monsters here average 6, 7 points apiece. Which means, with the clone and the summons, I'd killed a solid 3,000 of them in an hour. Looking at the shoreline, still wall-to-wall with small fry, I grinned wider. Nobody's clearing them? Then I'll gladly take them all. I left the clone leading the charge and turned my eyes to the sea. The books say that when the abyss descended, most of the ocean's life got corrupted. So however many crabs and turtles line the shore, it's nothing next to the corrupted fish underwater. If I could hunt down there, my stats would climb even faster. And these corrupted sea monsters, other drop rates are low, but the meat drops are high. Crab, turtle, fish, all good eating. The old me couldn't have afforded any of it. Now, I might just be looking at all the seafood I could ever want. On a whim, I swapped a turtle's drop to underwater breathing. Just like that, I could breathe through my skin. One turtle bought me a few dozen minutes underwater. Stack a few more, and a dozen turtles in, and I knew it. I could live down there now. Still slinging skills, I walked into the sea and let myself sink. The skin on my legs really was pulling in oxygen, not the slightest discomfort. I grinned. Underwater, it was nothing but corrupted fish, packed wall to wall. Low level, sure, but any normal person who ran into a swarm like this would already be sprinting the other way. Shame. You ran into me. From here on, you're all my fertilizer. I dropped a hellfire. It killed 2 fish and fizzled out. I threw an explosive fireball. It died before it even blew, didn't kill a thing. Guess fire magic's no good underwater. As luck would have it, all my thrashing startled a dozen plus skeletons up out of the riverbed mud. Staffs in hand, they conjured 100 plus bone fish in seconds. I grinned. Summoners that conjure bone fish, huh? It's a big world, anything goes. Lucky me, I'm short on help. I didn't kill the summoners, just killed the bone fish they conjured, then designated the summon drop. 100+ bone fish, and just like that, they were mine. I led the school straight into the fish, hacking away, leaving the stragglers to my bone fish. The summoners kept conjuring more, and every time I moved, the mud coughed up more summoners and more bone fish. Level 5 to 10, the lot of them. I took every one and killed not a single summoner. Let them keep churning out troops for me. One snag, though, my summon space came bundled with my summoning skill, and it's small. It could barely hold the 80 imps, never mind these bone fish. But tossing them was a waste. Killing these summons drops nothing, while keeping them to clear low-level monsters makes them a serious tool. If a farmer with one summon skill gets his own summon space, then what about these summoners? I turned, cut down a water skeleton summoner, and designated its summon space. System. You gained a 1,000 cubic meter summon space. There it was. 1,000 cubic meters isn't huge, but it's plenty for a few thousand bone fish. Most are under half a meter, 3 or 5 barely filling a single cubic meter. Next time I butcher one of these summoners, I'll make sure to drop more summon space. Otherwise, I'm just wasting summons. My army snowballed bigger and bigger, and the sea monsters in front of it had no chance at all. The third hour, straight up 50,000 points. The fourth and fifth hours, 50+ thousand each. So it's 50-some thousand an hour. Hunt 10 hours a day, and that's 500,000. A whole week grinding inside that projection only got me 800-something thousand. Looks like the wild suits me better. By the time the sun was setting, I checked my stats, 1.5 million. As a rare class, that's solidly peaked 6th advancement. As a legendary class, past 6th too. That Lin family second elder. Without other buffs, he's no match for me. But factor in gear, skills, talents, and I might not win. Got to keep grinding. I shot Lin Qingqing a video call, told her I'd found a cave out in the wild to crash in, hung up, and kept killing. The bone fish had gotten so numerous that adding more didn't boost my speed anymore, so I just started picking off the water skeleton summoners. By 500 kills, my bone fish summoning hit max level. System. Bone fish summoning. LV.10 max summon 100 level. 10 bone fish, or 10 level. 20 bone fish, or 1 bone fish at your level with 1/10 of your base stats. The first two are useless to me, but that 1 bone fish at my level, with 1/10 of my stats? Even 1/10 is 100-some thousand, the power of a 4th, 5th advancement. In this stretch of ocean, it could rule the place. I summoned it, can't wait fast. The earlier bone fish were all about half a meter. This one came out and left me gaping, 50 meters long, easy. Like a colossal carp blown up 1,000 times over, except instead of scales, it was bone. With that build, my next stat haul's probably about to double. Sure enough, daytime got me 60-some thousand. Hunting till midnight pulled in 70-some more. On top of what I had, that's 2.2 million. I summoned the car and grabbed a nap inside. Woke up to find my fishing summons had farmed me another 300,000. The next day, hunting clear to sunset. My stats jumped from 2.5 million to 3.6. This bone fish summoning is genuinely broken. If level 10 bone fish summoning lets me summon one with 1/10 of my stats, does a level 10 demon summoning let me summon a demon with 1/10 of my stats too? That had me curious. I need to ask around, find a demon summoner, max out demon summoning, see for myself. Bottom line, only 2 summons really matter. The Soulfire clone inherits all my stats, and Bonefish summoning gives 1/10. One acts on its own, one rivals a 4th or 5th advancement. Going forward, any monster I can summon, I'm studying. Even if all I get is 1 summon with 1/10 of my stats, that's an enormous edge. By the second night, after just a few hours rest, my stats had climbed from 3.6 million to 4.5. The morning of day 3, just shy of 10, right as I crossed 5 million, a message came in from Lin Qingqing. Husband, our baby's been moved into the incubator pod. Where are you? Hurry home. Let's celebrate. I hadn't expected it this fast. I smiled. Still out of the city. Give me 40 minutes. I'll be back. I hung up, packed every summon into my summon space, and this time didn't even bother with the car, just took off on my own 2 feet. 5 million stats, for a rare class, is late 7th advancement. For a legendary class, mid-7th. 7th advancement, a general. 8th, a king. 9th, an emperor. 10th, a sovereign over heaven and earth. At 7th, you're somebody. Back in school, the original me had heard it. Even Coastal City City Lord was only 7th advancement. The top fighters in the great families capped around 6th, which means I'm now in Coastal City's highest tier. But it's still not enough. The nail that sticks up gets hammered. Carry a treasure, and you invite the knife. Until I'm truly untouchable, I don't show my hand. Even when it's time to deal with the Lin family, only the clone moves. A 7th advancement clone is just about invincible in Coastal City, but the second outside forces get involved, things can go sideways. The safest play is to grind myself to 8th, 9th, or learn a few special skills to keep in my back pocket. That's exactly why I didn't even use the clone, just ran, on foot, 30-some minutes from the coast back home. The instant I stepped through the door, Lin Qingqing threw herself at me. Husband, our first baby is absolutely perfect. I've got people watching over everything at the hospital around the clock. Nothing will go wrong. Once it's born, we raise it right. Worst case, it's a rare classer, maybe even legendary. Honestly, the kid didn't feel real to me. Too sudden, my excitement laced with a little daze. But seeing her like this, I smiled along. Legendary would be amazing. I'm just a life class. Of course I want our kid to be stronger. I've got no fortune to leave it, but your Lin family does. Here's hoping the kid's got enough talent to inherit all of it. She nodded hard, then let out a soft sigh. You're right. I want that too. Enough talent to inherit the whole Lin family. But nobody can promise our kid awakens a legendary tier talent. Then she looked up, met my eyes dead on. But I've got a way to raise the odds. Want to give it a try, husband? I actually had heard that wealthy families have tricks to land their next generation a better class. I was intrigued. What way? Lin Qingqing climbed off me, took my hand, and led me toward the bedroom. Inside the room, she shut the door and started undressing, and used 2 cleansing scrolls on the spot. Strip down, husband. I already ran a cleansing scroll over both of us. Now, we make our second child, with the most devout hearts we've got. It clicked. So your method is just having another kid? Stacking the odds of a legendary talent baby by having more of them. She nodded. Just tell me, is the method solid or not? Solid, sure, but you just had the embryo extracted, and you already want another? You sure your body can take it? I was still a little worried, but she'd already pushed me down onto the bed. One look at you, and I can tell you slept through sex ed. Experts say the 3 days after an embryo is extracted, your odds of conceiving double. And extracting an embryo isn't surgery, it's spatial magic. You never saw the news? Some women carry 50 pregnancies in a year. They only stop because they can't afford to raise that many. At that point, I had no mind left to answer. But while I played along, one thought drifted through my head. And here I thought my designated drop was broken. Looking at this, anybody who transmigrates into this world ought to wake up with a more kids, more blessings system. 1 wife, 50 kids a year. Push it, and you could go higher. A system like that, the rewards would never stop. Shame I don't have one. Why is my wife this gung-ho about having kids? She doesn't actually have a more kids, more blessings system, does she? Nah, no way. Right then, a notification only Lin Qingqing could hear chimed. Congratulations. You have successfully conceived a second life. Permanent buff gained, strength doubled. Ensure the second life is safely born. On the day of its birth, the buff doubles again to 4-fold. Only after hearing it did Lin Qingqing finally surrender to exhaustion and fall asleep. The next morning, the first thing she did was check her stats. Strength doubled, just as promised. The day her first child was safely moved into the incubator pod, her spirit had doubled. This time, it was strength's turn. 2 kids, and a rare classer like me has growth that rivals a legendary's. Once they're born, it'll be more broken than a legendary's. And this is only 2. Once I have more, not even a mythic class or a hidden class will catch me. Mom, Dad, hold on. I'll push my power up as fast as I can, go into the deep abyss, and bring you home. The truth was, ever since her parents got swept into the abyss rift and the Lin family split apart, Lin Qingqing had gone numb to it all. She'd agreed to the marriage only to fulfill her parents' wish, alive or not. They'd never have wanted to see her on her own. That same reasoning was why she'd let Jiang Yuan marry in, planning to find an excuse to send him packing once the wedding was over. Who could have guessed? The moment the wedding bows were done, a system dinged awake in her head. More kids, more blessings. And the one it bound her to was her brand new husband. It didn't just hand over a pile of starter rewards. It spelled it out. Get pregnant with Jiang Yuan, and there's a reward. When the child is born, the reward doubles. At first she felt nothing. Then the first task, conceive your first child. Reward, spirit permanently doubled. paid out, and she was sold. She'd barely gotten back yesterday when the second task dropped. Conceive your second child. Reward, strength doubled. And now, that one had come true too. The road ahead was crystal clear. Grind her power as hard as she could, and have as many kids as she could. Nothing else mattered. Lin Qingqing got up and went to the living room, where I was waiting. Babe, Aunt's son stopped by. She's worked it out with the seller. The new projection needs 3 more days to fully solidify. They sent someone in by special means to confirm it, level 10 to 30. It forms in 3 days, then it's a straight trade. She wants you to call her when you're up. She didn't rush to call, she sat down first. Husband, I have to squeeze every second now to get stronger. Into an abyss projection, I can bring you. But out in the wild leveling, I can't. So these 3 days, I'll grind with Lian Yue and the others. You're not low level anymore. You've got your basic skills, a full set of gear. As long as you don't stray too far from the city, you're safe. While I'm out leveling them, if you can't sit still, go clear monsters outside the city. If you'd rather not, manage the farm or stay home. 3 days, and I'll come back to take you to the projection. Then she stood, leaned down, kissed me once, turned, and left. Not a second's hesitation. I went to the window and watched her white armored car roll out the gate, where 3 more, black, pink, and red, were already waiting. The instant hers pulled out, they kicked off and followed. So my wife called me home just to make another baby with me. I shook my head, smiling. Anybody watching would swear you've got a more kids, more blessings system. I got up and headed out. Aunt's son can't make a move out in the open. If she's going to strike, it can only be 3 days from now, inside the projection. Perfect. I'll use these 3 days to stack a little more. I can pull 2 million plus stats a day now. 3 days is plenty to hit 10 million. 10 million stats. For a rare class, that's solidly 8th advancement. For a legendary, peak 7th. By then, my one and only clone can take the stage. The stats aren't quite where I'd like, but when push comes to shove, I can't keep it benched. Worst case, I summon it, recall it right away, and call a stronger one a year later. Except a year's a brutal wait, so the later I have to, the better. Thing is, summoning a clone isn't easy. The Soulfire clone has a catch. I need a corpse of 8th advancement or higher first. A body strong enough to host the split. The strongest person in Coastal City is only 7th advancement. Getting my hands on an 8th advancement plus corpse is next to impossible. So these 3 days, on top of farming stats, I need to figure out a strong enough corpse. And if I can't, I already had a backup. I send in a bone fish. It's got 1/10 of my stats. Taking down the second elder might be a stretch, but for one aunt's son, more than enough. I stopped overthinking and drove out of the estate. Out of the city, I used my stats to tear toward the coast. Passing whole packs of corrupted monsters, I didn't lay a finger on them. They're too high level. Killing them spikes my level fast, and that's against my whole lie flat policy. 30-some minutes, same as before, and I hit the coast, summoned everything I had, and got down to business. I ran so fast I'd shaken the people tailing me, and never even noticed. The trackers, scared of getting made if they got too close, hung way back, following nothing but my tire tracks. But somewhere along the way, the tracks just stopped. That shouldn't have stumped them. Tracking's their whole trade. But when they tried to figure out which way I'd gone after putting the car away, they were lost. Not a soul anywhere. Couldn't find me at all. With no other choice, they called Lu Hao. Young Master Lu, we lost him. Useless. Lu Hao spat. A level 10-something farmer, and you lost him. Forget it. Post up at the city gate. Whenever he comes back, pick the tail back up. And when you get the chance, finish him. Lu Hao hung up and tossed the phone aside, irritated. He stepped out of the room and nearly walked into his father, Lu Xiangdong, who frowned. Xiaohao, what's wrong? Still no word on the projection? Lu Hao nodded. The business of going after Jiang Yuan, of course, couldn't reach his father's ears. But another idea had taken shape. If Jiang Yuan could shake a first advancement tail, he had protection, almost certainly arranged by the Lin family. Killing him wouldn't be easy. But watching a dirt farmer marry his goddess and have a kid with her, Lu Hao was about to lose it. And if that farmer went on to outlevel him, to test into a better school, he might just want to die. Jiang Yuan could not be allowed to surpass him. Otherwise, the day this family saw how good Jiang Yuan was and stopped caring about him, then what? Everything the Lu family had was supposed to be his. He put on a troubled face. Nothing solid on the projection yet. They say it's not confirmed, a few more days. The guild should handle it. But there's another problem. You know Zhou Wanqing. The reason she's with me is she pined for me back in school and never got me. That was all fine, except my brother, a farmer, somehow hit level 17, and now Zhou Wanqing wants to pull him onto our team too. The way she's acting, she's got ideas about him. Honestly, I can't compete with my brother there. He got your and mom's good looks. He really is something to look at. My fear is, if Zhou Wanqing pulls it off, and my brother holds the marrying in thing against me and badmouths me to her, I'm finished for life. Father, all that opportunity you worked so hard to win me might be for nothing. Lu Xiangdong's face darkened. That Jiang Yuan, unbelievable. I married him off, and he can still get in your way. You're the hope of the Lu family. I won't let anyone block your future. Not even my own flesh and blood, not even your own brother. Hard words, but his brow furrowed all the same. The boy was his own son. Making him kill him was out of the question. Yet keeping Jiang Yuan from getting in Lu Hao's way, he had no good answer on the spot. Lu Hao slid the ladder under him. Father, he is your own blood, after all. Lousy class or not, the farmer's level is higher than mine now. Maybe we play it smart, and there's even something in it for the family. Otherwise, there's no good option left. We can hardly ship my brother off to the abyss front. The words were barely out when Lu Xiangdong's eyes lit up. He smacked his thigh. That's it. Ship him to the abyss front. Ever since humanity began its counterattack into the abyss 100 years back, the rule had stood. Sixth advancement, and up must serve at the abyss front. Lin Qingqing's parents were exactly that, dragged into a rift on the front lines, pulled into the deep abyss. 50 years later, once humanity got a real foothold on the abyss's first layer and started developing it hard, every year after high school, they began mobilizing life class players to go down, voluntary at first, then mandatory. For an ordinary household, 2 or more children with at least one life class means one of them serves 3 years in the abyss. As Jiang Yuan's father, offering up my son to serve the abyss for all humanity, the military affairs office will approve in a heartbeat. They might even hand the family an award. Lu Hao lowered his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling up on its own. This was what he was after. So you betted my goddess, Jiang Yuan. So what? You outlevel me. So what? At the end of the day, you're a life class farmer, and your future is one word from my father away. So, dear brother, go enjoy the abyss. I hope you last 3 years. Life classers down there have a survival rate under 80%. And even if you do make it, I'll find a way to put you in the 20% that doesn't come back. Everything the Lu family has can only be mine. To make sure nothing went wrong, he had to watch his father file it in person. Once your name's down for the abyss, no one can take it back. Lu Hao made a token protest. Father, isn't this not quite right? He did marry into the Lin family, after all. Lu Xiangdong snorted. What's not right about it? If he weren't in your way, fine, but he is, so let him go toughen up in the abyss. And good thing you brought it up, or I'd have forgotten. He married into the Lin family, but his name's still on our household register. We can thank the rush back then for never getting it transferred out, otherwise I couldn't file him at all. Let's go. Before he remembers to move it, I'll put his name down. Lu Hao protested with his mouth and got in the car with his feet. Watching his father hand over the name, watching that notice, report to the abyss in 7 days. Lu Hao smiled without a sound. He took the notice from his father, head bowed, voice heavy. Dad, he's your own son, after all. Making you hand him this notice yourself would be too cruel for you. Let me be the one to do it. Yes, how cruel this is for my brother. And coming from me, it'll only feel crueler. Brother, who told you not to follow my script? This is the price. 3 days went by in a blink. Over those 3 days, I cleared monsters along the coast and deliberately hunted the summoning types. While my clone and summons farmed stats for me, I dove deep into the ocean floor. And I found something new. First advancement Wraith Summoners, level 40 to 50, each one able to conjure 3 to 10 first advancement Wraiths. Day 1, I cut down 500 plus Wraiths and turned them all into summons. Then I killed the summoners and dropped a level, 10 Wraith Summoning. Wraith Summoning, LV.10 summon 10 Wraiths up to 5 levels below you, or 1 Wraith at your level, or 1 Wraith with 1/10 of your stats. A second 10th of my stats summon skill, in the bag. Add in the 500 plus first advancement Wraiths, and my stat farming speed doubled all over again. What I didn't know, right then, back in the city, a notice was waiting to reach my hands. Report to the abyss. 7 days. Day 1. Daytime barely netted me 1 million stats. But that night, I banked 3 million straight. Day 2, 7 million in a single day. Day 3, daytime, another 4. In just 3 days, My total stats hit 20 million. And killing a first advancement summoner along the way bumped my level to 30. And once you hit 30, no advancement means no more XP, ever. Which made my life even easier. I was about to keep farming when Lin Qingqing's video call came through. The projections fully formed. But our second one has to go into the incubator pod first. The Holy Priest says now that they've done it once, this time it'll only take a day. So you've got one more day to grind solo. And the day after, you come into the projection with us. Fine, one more day, then. By the end of it, my total stats broke 25 million. That number, rare class or legendary, is solidly 8th advancement. For a life class like mine, it's nearly 9th. That's enough to summon a clone. An 8th advancement clone is just right. Any stronger and it backfires. Too flashy, draws too many eyes. And worse, any stronger and I'd have nothing to host it. An 8th advancement corpse is already hard to come by. 9th is basically hopeless. When I get home tonight, I need to ask around, where do I get an 8th advancement corpse? Back home that night, Lin Qingqing pounced again. Husband, let's put in some overtime tonight. If we're lucky, maybe we land number 3. What could I even say? It's all for the kids. And this time, we really were lucky. 2 rounds in, Lin Qingqing was thoroughly satisfied. What she didn't say out loud. The first child doubled her spirit, the second doubled her strength, and this third one doubled her constitution. 3 stats doubled. Her confidence only grew. For the kids' sake, she decided to call a ceasefire. As it happened, I had something to ask her too. Babe, where can I buy an 8th advancement corpse? Or the full skeleton of an 8th advancement monster? That works too. She blinked. What do you want that for? That stuff usually gets snapped up by necromancers or liches. But if you really need one, there's one in our basement. You probably don't know this. My father's a necromancer. Down there is the skeleton of an 8th advancement fishman. Buying it cost the Lin family half our fortune back in the day. Who knows when my father will be back now? If you need it, just take it. Otherwise, once we test into college and leave, that thing probably won't survive anyway. I hadn't expected her to be this generous. An 8th advancement piece is heirloom material in any family, and she just handed it over. Whatever her reasons, I wasn't going to be shy about it. I decided right then to go look in the basement. She gave me the key and didn't come along. She didn't come along because she had her own plans. She'd been thinking for a while. Jiang Yuan had helped her this much. She ought to give him something. Now that she had, it was time to handle the rest. She opened her comm. Aunt Zhao, are all the family's sellable assets liquidated? Since most of it's gone and the money all went into magic scrolls, then bring them over. I'm going to ride those scrolls to power up as fast as I can. Before long, this Aunt Zhao delivered piles of magic scrolls. The next morning, the group drove out of the city. The convoy had barely cleared the estate when, down in the basement, the fishman's skeleton came to life. It rattled and shook and reshaped itself into a copy of me. Shame this clone can only switch between skeleton form and my own face. If it could turn into other people, that'd be a lot handier. The clone stretched its limbs and walked out the door. My real body had already gone with Lin Qingqing to the projection outside the city. From here, it'd be the clone's job to give the Lin family a thorough cleanup. You handle the home front before you handle the world outside. Settle the Lin family's troubles, and I could finally lie flat and enjoy the soft life with a clear mind. Right next to Lin Qingqing's courtyard sat the homes of the other Lin family elders. The clone was about to go scout the elders' places when, the moment it stepped out, someone stopped it. The man standing there actually surprised me. Well, my dear little brother came looking for me. Lu Hao, what brings you here? If you're asking how married life's treating me, it's fantastic. Qingqing and I have a 3rd child on the way, and there'll be plenty more. Lu Hao's face twisted with rage, but inside he sneered. Jiang Yuan, you really are shameless. Too bad, you've missed your chance. More kids with Lin Qingqing? Dream on. He flung a notice at me. I've got no interest in you and your wife. I came to tell you one thing. Our family has 2 children, and you're a life classer, which makes you eligible for Abyss deployment. Your name's already filed. 2 mornings from now, report straight to the teleport array. You know what an Abyss draft means. Nobody refuses. Don't show in 2 days, and it's treason. With the original's memories, I pieced the whole thing together in a heartbeat. My climbing levels had spooked my dear stand-in brother, and the second he got home, he shipped me off to the Abyss. Ruthless. Going down to the Abyss in this world is nothing like the rural labor drafts I'd heard of in my old life. Those were just hard, exhausting, a little dangerous. Down here, People actually die. A 20% death rate at the floor, one slip and you're gone. So Lu Hao wasn't here to congratulate me. He was here to send me to my grave. Honestly, the identity I transmigrated into was an orphan to begin with. Marrying into the Lin family, ending up with Lin Qingqing, that was a windfall. I didn't hold much of a grudge against those birth parents or this fake young master. I figured we'd just stay out of each other's way and live our own lives. But you people had to keep coming back to ruin my day. I'd finally gotten the good life, finally had the strength to clean up the whole Lin family situation, finally was about to settle into lying flat. And you just had to crawl out and aggravate me? Looking at the date on that notice, I got angrier. 2 days from now, huh? Fine. Noted. If there's nothing else, you can get lost. I stayed plenty calm, but Lu Hao took it for wounded fury. Brother, you going down to the abyss is good for the family too. The military affairs office says since father volunteered your name, we'll even get a commendation. We've got you to thank, really. You've done so much for us. I figured I'd bring you home for a meal. Let mom and dad and our sisters see just how much you've given for this family. I'd planned to send Lu Hao packing and then deal with the Lin family. But the punk wouldn't quit. He had to keep needling me. Then don't blame me for what comes next. You know, last time I came home, I didn't get a single bite to eat, just choked down a few rolls. Since you're inviting me so sincerely, let's go. I'll have a meal at home too. Otherwise, once I'm down in the abyss, who knows if I'll ever eat again. Lu Hao had only meant to twist the knife. He never expected me to actually say yes. He froze for a beat, then beamed. It's only 3 years down there. You'll be back before you know it. My brother wants a home-cooked meal? Then let's go. I'll tell mom and dad to have it ready. We got in Lu Hao's car, and not long after, we pulled up at the Lu family estate. Lu Xiangdong, my birth mother, my 2 older sisters. All there. Even my 2 brothers-in-law had come. This was the first time I'd ever laid eyes on those 2. I couldn't read their levels, but they didn't look low. Still, however high, they couldn't be past 6th advancement, so I wasn't the least bit worried. A whole spread was laid out, and I'd barely moved to sit when my eldest sister piped up. Jiang Yuan, a grown man, and you've got no manners? Everyone here is your elder. You walk in and don't even say hello? My second sister joined the scolding. Does the Lin family not feed you? One look at a table full of high-grade monster meat, and you can't help yourself? Even if you can't, you greet mom and dad first. That's the rule. My mother shot me a look of distaste. Raised in an orphanage, all right, not a shred of manners. Greetings can wait. You just came in from outside, at least go wash your hands. No manners, and no basic decency either. My father barked. Did you not hear your mother? Go wash up. Then go down the line and greet each of your elders. Then you can sit. The man beside my eldest sister, presumably my brother-in-law, chimed in with a grin. You must be Jiang Yuan. Don't take it hard. Your sisters and parents are strict with you because these are the rules our class of people live by. My second brother-in-law spoke up too. You may have married in, but however far the Lin family's fallen, there's still one of coastal city's great houses. Nobody taught you the rules these past few days. Well, today's the perfect chance to learn them. Lu Hao, off to the side, twisted the knife with a face full of apology. Mom, dad, sisters, brothers-in-law. I'm so sorry. I should have briefed my brother ahead of time. I assumed after all this time with the Lin family he'd have the rules down, but he knows nothing. Don't worry. I'll take him to wash up right now and walk him through every rule, so he never embarrasses the family again. And he reached to pull me away. I let out a sigh. The next second, everyone in the room felt their heads go fuzzy and dropped, out cold, all at once. What they never saw. They went down because I'd cracked each of them on the back of the head, fast as a blink. Didn't expect this little knockout to work so well. It was a skill I dropped off a monster. Simple effect. Against anything with lower stats than mine, it stuns. The bigger the gap, the longer they're out. 5th advancement at the absolute most, so each of you is good for an hour or 2. Easy. Probably a whole day. That's plenty of time. You jabbered on, and frankly it got on my nerves. But it's not life or death yet, so killing you'd be overkill. I'll spare your lives, you just don't get off clean. The stuff in your backpacks, I can't reach, fine. Everything else, I'll gladly take it. With my spirit, I found the Lu family basement fast. I shoved the door open, and inside was a massive space. A dozen-plus rows of iron shelving 5 meters tall, packed wall to wall. Monster materials, herbs, ore, weapons, gear, magic scrolls, magic potions, you name it. I glanced at my backpack slots, a full 8,960, and grinned on the spot. As the clone, the moment I formed, I inherited the original's level, stats, equipment slots, and this enormous stack of backpack slots. The one shame, I didn't inherit his talent. Next to the real body, I can still kill monsters and help farm drops, but on my own, that ability's gone. Still, 8,000 plus slots is more than enough to clean out the Liu family. Everything in the basement, I swept into my pack without blinking. When all that was left was bare shelving, I checked my pack and curled my lip. Only filled 5,000 some slots. That's all the Liu family's got. My real body grinds monsters for 10 odd days and needs 8,000 plus slots. You people hoard for years, and 5,000 fills it. Shame I couldn't reach what was in their backpacks or the gold on them. In that case, the rest, I'm definitely not leaving behind. I've got slots to spare. So next, the Liu family's couches, beds, cars, armored cars, decorations, the kitchen's grain and seasonings. I took all of it, not one thing left. Off the kitchen, I turned up a big storeroom, stacked with all kinds of grain and vegetables. Tucked inside that was a cold room, packed with frozen meat and eggs, all of it gone. Then I went room by room, scooping everything up. The whole point, leave nothing behind. Until, clearing one room, I hit a snag. I'd taken the bed and the cabinets, and went to grab a painting off the wall, but it wouldn't come. I leaned in for a closer look, and there it was. The painting was painted directly onto the wall. Who paints a painting onto a wall? Something's up here. No use overthinking it. I drove a fist straight through, punching clean through the wall. Sure enough, inside, hidden, was a compartment about the size of a nightstand. Behind the painting was a stone slab. My strength would flatten most 8th advancement types. Yet this slab nearly stopped my fist cold. If it can hold me up even for a second, whatever's behind it isn't small. I reached in to grab it, and found I couldn't put it in my pack. One look once I pulled it out, and I understood. Imperishable paper. Sounds intimidating, but it's just paper that lasts more or less forever. It can't go into pack space. The writing on it can't be erased or swapped, and special instruments can even read off when each stroke was written. It showed up after the Abyss invasion, and ever since, humanity records a lot of its important things on this stuff. I opened it up and almost laughed out loud. Well, my own birth father's no saint either. The Liu family isn't top tier in Coastal City, but they cracked the top 100. Who'd have guessed what they got up to behind the curtain? Black on white, these pages laid it out. How Liu Xiangdong, going back 18 years, abused his position for personal gain, and worse, hard proof of his under-the-table dealings with the demon wolf cult. I was going to call it quits after cleaning out your house. But looking at this, leaving you in Coastal City is the real crime against humanity. If I remember right, when anyone's 6th advancement and up betrays humanity, the traitor and their family get shipped to the Abyss front, together, to work off the crime. You're sending me to the front anyway, so this time, I'm bringing all of you with me. I gave the place another pass, made sure nothing slipped by, and was about to go report them. That's when a transmission from my real body came through. Since these family of mine want me dead this badly, then we send them all down to the Abyss together. But before you move, a few things first. 1. My 2 unborn kids, still embryos, find a way to bring them. 2. The Lin family people, I never got to deal with. The rest can wait till Lin Qingqing's back, but that aunt's son? Put her down. She's colder than I thought. She's tied in with the demon god church. Once she's handled, clean out every Lin family storehouse too. If you run out of room, offload some of it. 3. Remember this, from now on, you are me. To protect them, I had to show my strength. So from here on, my identity is your master. I'll bring them to the Abyss front and meet up with you. Once we do, you're free to break off and go your own way. Even I hadn't seen a curveball this big coming. So what exactly happened to my real body? Rewind half a day. I'd followed Aunt's son out of the city precisely because I was waiting for the Lin family's 2nd elder to make his move. Last time I left no one alive. This time I meant to keep one breathing, so I could show Lin Qingqing the Lin family's true face. What I never imagined, this wasn't a simple kill. It was a trap inside a trap. The second the 5 of us stepped into the projection, it slammed shut, then started to collapse. As it shattered, dozens, hundreds of space rifts tore open inside it. From the one nearest us, 11 black shapes came shooting out. They split into 2 groups. One lunged at us, the other flashed off into the distance, and hauled back 5 more people. At their head, Zhou Wanqing. Behind her, for good-looking men, just 1 level under her. She's 17, they're 16. I just shook my head inside. Lu Hao, she played you. Maybe she really does want to be with you, but that doesn't stop her keeping a few boy toys on the side. Odds are she's eyeing what's left of the Lu family fortune. To climb that ladder, you dragged me back to marry in, gave up a wife as good as Lin Qingqing, and the one you land is this. If you ever learned the truth, you'd be sick with regret. Once they'd herded all 10 of us together, the 11 clouds of black gas peeled away, revealing 10 skeleton soldiers and 1 skeleton general. The general pulled out 2 photos, compared them, and nodded. Coastal City's only legendary awakener this year, Zhou Wanqing, and the Lin family's necromancer's daughter, Lin Qingqing. Excellent. Both of you here means our mission's complete. We demon gods went to great trouble for you too. Drag a human prodigy into the demon god camp, and the reward is beyond imagining. Bring back the necromancer's daughter, and maybe we win over her parents too. Come along. At your levels, you can't fight 10 6th advancements and 1 7th. With the projection sealed, you can't get back to Blue Star either. Even if someone comes to save you, the best they can do is flee through another rift, deeper into the abyss. And at your level, that's just a slower death. Be good and come with us, back through the rift we came in by, and I'll take you to our Lord's church on the abyss's 3rd layer. With that, he turned and started for the rift. Certain 10 humans couldn't slip free of his 10 soldiers. But at the rift's edge, something felt wrong, and he turned. His 10 soldiers, every one, smashed to pieces. And among the 10 humans, one young man he'd never spared a glance raised a hand and called up a giant fish over 100 meters long. In a blink, the fish swallowed the people whole and dove headfirst into another rift. The general lost it, his catch, flying the coop, and there was no way he'd swallow that. Whoever this was, he was dragging the targets back. But by the time he crossed through the rift, it had already been shattered from the other side. No, damn it, who are you? Everything had gone perfectly. The other side didn't have a single first advancement among them. Where did a monster like this come from? Summoning a 100-meter bone fish, crushing 10 6th advancements with ease. That's 7th advancement at the least, maybe higher. Coastal City has exactly 1 7th advancement, and it isn't him. So, an outsider, a powerhouse from elsewhere. Right then, from the rift he'd come through, a red-robed skeleton strode out. We underestimated the humans. They must have caught wind of something and planted someone to tail them. But they could never have guessed we'd use this method to pull people into the abyss. So that bonefish summoner, however strong, is useless. Pass through a rift, and you only land in the abyss. And this was a 3rd layer projection, so wherever they came out, it's almost certainly somewhere on the 3rd layer. Find them, and we don't just net a prodigy. We've a real shot at turning the necromancer too. Strictly speaking, we don't lose. Let's go back. This place is about to come apart completely, and if we linger, we'll get hurt too. Once we're back, put people on it. Turn all of Abyss Mountain City upside down. Dig them out, no matter what. The general nodded fast and followed the red robe into the rift. And then the rift collapsed. In that exact instant, my real body, got the message off to my clone. By the time I dropped into the abyss with my 9 passengers and tried to send another, it wouldn't go through. Good thing I got it out before we lost the link. Otherwise, some of this would have been a real mess to untangle. I was still thinking it when Lin Qingqing's eyes locked onto me, wide. Who are you? I swept the area first, confirmed there was no danger for now, let out a breath, and only then noticed all 9 of them staring at me. You figured it out? I'm not Jiang Yuan. To be exact, I'm Jiang Yuan's master. I'm the one who caught wind that the Lin family's 2nd elder meant to move against my disciple's wife, and I tipped him off. For your safety, he had me wear his face and come in to see for myself. The plan was to deal with whoever made a move, then go help him put the whole Lin family mess to rest for good. I never expected this. But don't panic. Before I came through the rift, I sent my disciple word, told him the situation. Before long, he'll head to the abyss front on the 1st layer. All we have to do is reach the 1st layer, the front where humanity and the abyss fight, and we meet up with him. But Lin Qingqing frowned. Elder, I believe you're powerful, but something about this doesn't sit right. Jiang Yuan is just a farmer. Why would you take him as a disciple? And how does a farmer get sent to the abyss front? The others looked just as skeptical. They were certain this face, identical to Jiang Yuan's, did not belong to Jiang Yuan, because Jiang Yuan could never be this strong. I sighed. Normally I wouldn't get into this, but since things have gone sideways, no harm telling you. I took him on because I'm a dual classer myself, and one of my classes is farmer. I've studied the farmer path for years, and I wanted to pass it on. I happened to meet Jiang Yuan, felt he was a fit, and took him in. As for why he's being sent to the abyss, that's what he told me when we made contact. You're his wife? You should know. His family never gave a damn about him. Once the Liu family found out his level had passed their adopted son Liu Hao's, they got scared he'd outshine their boy. And since you never transferred his household register after the wedding, that handed them the opening. Under his birth parent's name, they filed him straight for the abyss, and now there's no changing it. I've explained what I can. Believe it or not, your call. Either way, you're humanity's future too, and I won't leave you behind. I'll take you to the abyss front at Wing City and reunite you with my disciple. Whatever questions you've got left, you can ask him then. Lin Qingqing was still wavering, but Zhou Wanqing spoke first. Elder, honestly, you don't need to explain all this. Whether you're Jiang Yuan's master or something else entirely, doesn't matter. There's one thing I'm sure of. Because of you, we dodged a death sentence. Dropped into an abyss rift, a pack of useless rookies who aren't even first advancement. We'd have had nothing but death waiting. So we're counting on you, Elder, to get us back to human lines. Let me put it plainly. Me and these four of mine. We follow your orders, top to bottom. You say jump, we don't ask why. That was when it clicked for Lin Qingqing too. This elder had crushed those skeleton soldiers without breaking a sweat. Soldiers whose levels she couldn't even read, but who had to be 4th advancement at minimum. And summoning a 100-meter fish meant his own power was 6th, 7th advancement at least. Someone like that had no need to lie to a handful of kids. So her good-for-nothing husband really had taken on one heck of a master. And she suddenly thought, this isn't so bad. With the more kids, more blessings system, her own future was already limitless. Now Jiang Yuan had a powerful teacher too. Maybe the two of them could climb side by side. Besides, right now, whether they lived or died was in this master's hands. Talk was cheap, better to follow Zhou Wanqing's lead. Elder, since Jiang Yuan calls you master, then as his wife, I'll call you master too. For my life today, thank you, master. Whatever you need going forward, just say the word. Like Zhou Wanqing and her people, we'll follow your lead. I quietly let out a breath. If Lin Qingqing had kept digging, I honestly wouldn't have known how to cover it. This worked out perfectly. We came into the abyss through a rift. That skeleton general saw my bone fish, so from here on, I can't bring it out in the open. I can feel water not far off. In a minute, I'll summon the bone fish. You all get inside it and wait for me in the water. I'll scout the area and figure out a way to hide all our tracks. That's the only way we move toward the first layer front fast. With that, no more talk. I led them toward the water. Before long, a lake came into view. I dipped in and felt it out, mostly sub-2nd advancement small fry, and not many. So I just summoned the bone fish, sent everyone inside, and the fish sank to the bottom. Once they'd vanished beneath the surface, I turned to the withered forest at the lake's edge. I could feel them clearly, countless monsters hidden in there. Now then, let's see what the monsters of the abyss have to cough up for me. I stepped toward the dead woods. And inside the bone fish, 9 people sat staring at each other, at a complete loss. Inside the bone fish, it was Lin Qingqing who broke the silence. Zhou Wanqing, how'd you end up dropped into the abyss too? And those 4 behind you, are they your fiancés or something? Since when do you travel with 4 boy toys? Zhou Wanqing rolled her eyes. You got in, so why couldn't I? The words were barely out when their situation hit her. She took a deep breath and leveled off. I'll tell you, it's no secret. After you came out of that projection, I had the Classer Guild line one up for me too. They went to the cellar, and the seller said the projection was gone. Already sold to you. Took some digging to get it out of them. They'd sold the same projection at the same price, to me as well. Cooked one fish 2 ways. I was sitting pretty, figuring I'd get in early and leave you eating my dust. Never figured the whole thing was their setup. From the start, that projection was always going to 2 families, always going to grab us both. Good thing your man found himself a solid master, or we'd all be done for. She curled her lip again. As for your Liu Hao, I never once meant to marry him. He thinks I pined for him, couldn't have him, swore I'd take no one else. He has no idea I came purely to screw him over. He probably forgot. 2 years ago, he played me under the name of liking me. He toyed with me for a day. I'm giving him back a year. Fair enough, right? Lin Qingqing went quiet. Li Lianyue, in pink, couldn't help giving a thumbs up. Zhou Wanqing, I really underestimated you. They say better to cross a gentleman than a woman. I didn't buy it before. I do now. Lu Jiu, in red, tapped Li Lianyue's head. The saying's better to cross a gentleman than a scoundrel. But Zhou Wanqing, You'd best not cross either. Somebody toys with her a day, she gives back a year, and that year happens to be the most important one of a person's life. The day Lu Hao learns the truth, he's probably finished. Shen Qingyao, in black, shook her head. He won't be. It really would have wrecked him, but now that Zhou Wanqing's been pulled into the abyss with us, he'll work it out eventually. Shame it won't matter by then. Had a marriage pact with Qingqing and wouldn't honor it. Went looking to get conned. He had it coming. Zhou Wanqing nodded. It is a shame. If this hadn't happened, springing the truth on that dog in front of everyone come exam day, now that would have been satisfying. Oh well, won't get to see it now. She turned to Lin Qingqing. Honestly, you owe me a thank you. If I hadn't set Lu Hao up on purpose, would his family ever have dug up their real son to marry into yours? No Jiang Yuan marrying in, no us in danger, and no Jiang Yuan's master showing up to save us. So I'm not asking you to be grateful for my help. I just hope from here on we can coexist, cooperate, ride out this crisis together, get back to the abyss's first layer, back to Blue Star, even. She held out her hand. Lin Qingqing thought a moment, then took it. Glad to be partners. Meanwhile, in the withered forest by the lake, I could feel it clearly, underground, countless living things squirming. None of them strong, so I got bold and headed straight deeper into the woods. 500 meters in, the ground started trembling under me. Then, all around, heads pushed up out of the dirt, a third the size of a human head, but shaped like ants. Once they crawled fully out, you could see them, anywhere from 20 centimeters to 70, 80 long, ants found only in the abyss. I lobbed a casual hellfire and torched a dozen plus. The first 8, I sorted the drop directions in a heartbeat. Backpack, +1 slot. Top gear slot, +1 E-rank talent. Brute force, LV.5 skill. Mana infusion, strength +30. Constitution +13. Agility +15. Spirit +5. My eyes lit right up. Of the 4 stats, strength jumped the most. But what really hooked me was the talent and the skill. Brute force, your strength is double your strength stat. Mana infusion, LV.5 burn mana or spirit energy to boost strength briefly. Every 25 spent grants 1 strength, capped at your total strength. The first one's broken enough on its own. With it, I put out double the power. And it's only level 1. Stack it, and it only gets nastier. Pair it with the skill, and it's more absurd still. Sure, I can't double my strength again. I don't have the mana, but with enough spirit, I can spike myself way up in an instant. Right now my spirit and strength are about even, 6 million plus each. With brute force, my strength jumped straight to 12 million. 6 million spirit is worth 60 million mana, and burning all of it adds another 2 million plus strength. And the skill's only level 5, the talent's still low. Those two grind up fast. I'll push them first, then go back to stats. I summoned a wraith and the two of us went to work, fast. In no time, there was a clear patch around me. As countless brute force talents fused, the rank climbed quick. For E's into a D, 16 D's into a C, 256 C's into a B. When I want to fuse an A, I fed it dozens more and the bar didn't budge. I ran the math, same rank multiplied. D to C is 4 times 4, C to B is 16 times 16, so B to A is 256 times 256. 65,000 plus? Yeah, I'll shelve that one. On the skill side, a few hundred ants maxed mana infusion to level 10. The new talent and skill, brute force, but you possess 5 times your stat in strength. Mana infusion, LV.10 every 10 mana or spirit energy spent grants 1 strength, capped at your total strength. The talent quintuples it, and mana infusion doubles it again. My strength was already 6 million plus, 5 times over, that's 36 million. Even I was floored by the number. Looks like my earlier math was too conservative, and I split the clone off a little early. Something clicked. Everyone who completes a first advancement awakens a talent. Every advancement after that grants another, and they vary in rank. If someone gets lucky and wakes an S rank, even a triple S, then even at the same 6th advancement, I might not beat them. So going forward, I stay careful, grind myself up to untouchable quietly. Right now the priority is to get stronger, then find my way to the first layer. The whole forest was wall-to-wall ants, 30 strength apiece, and seemingly endless. The wraith and I drove in deep, harvesting stats and never forgetting to drop skills and widen the hall. Until I found the way out, stacking myself as high as I can is never wrong. Meanwhile, back in Coastal City, the clone wasn't idle either. Once it knew the real body and Lin Qingqing had gone into the abyss, the clone circled back to the Lu family and gave them another round of knockout blows, good for half a day out cold. Out of the Lu estate, it wrapped itself in loose clothes and started moving merchandise in bulk, everything from the pack, priced a good 20% under market, so it sold fast. Once that was mostly cleared, it dug up the lay of the land on those two brothers-in-law's families. Not huge houses, but each with a fourth advancement in residence, and crucially, both in cahoots with that birth father of his. The clone didn't hesitate, cleaned both families out, turned up the evidence on both, and knocked them all cold like the Lu family. After dropping every last piece of evidence on the desk of the Military Affairs Office Director, the clone went back to the Lin family. It killed no one there, just took everything it could carry. Then it summoned a wraith, put on Jiang Yuan's face, and went to find Aunt Zhao. Young master? Oh, thank goodness, finally found you. Didn't you go into the projection with the young miss? Why are you back alone? Where is she? The clone had the wraith pin her first. That's exactly what I came to tell you. Qingqing, her teammates, even Zhou Wanqing's whole group, they all walked into a trap. The demon god church sent them down into the abyss. Thank God my master stepped in, or they'd have fallen into the demon god's hands. He told me he'll bring Qingqing and the rest to the first layer. As it happens, I have to leave for the abyss front in the next couple of days myself. The Lin family's in your hands now. Nothing else matters. Just keep the assets under Qingqing's name running. If you've got the bandwidth, watch the Lin family's movements, and brief us on the changes when we're back. Right then the door opened, and Aunt Sun walked in. The instant she saw Jiang Yuan, her eyes filled with disbelief. Young master, you're back? Why are you alone? Where's the young miss? Did you do something to her? The clone gave a cold laugh, didn't even bother speaking. The wraith was already moving. One slap, leaving Aunt Sun on the brink. It plucked the comm off her and tossed it to Aunt Zhao. What happened? See for yourself. If this bitch hadn't betrayed her masters and schemed with the second elder to hand the demon god church its opening, how would Qingqing have ended up in the abyss? Aunt Zhao looked. Her face went crimson, and when she finished, she glared at Aunt Sun, eyes red. Without the master and the mistress, would you be where you are? You ungrateful snake. How could you do this? You deserve to die. The clone had no patience for the chatter. It drove the wraith's palm down and finished Aunt Sun off. I came back precisely because I was worried this dog would twist the story after I left, and even more worried you'd be in the dark and get sold out by it. The rest, you just play dumb. Qingqing and I will deal with it when we're back. My master also said Qingqing's parents are fine for now, and if he can, he'll move to bring them home. So right now, keeping everything in hand is the greatest service you can do. A flicker of delight crossed Aunt Zhao's eyes. Rest assured, young master, I won't let you down. She had no idea how strong the young master's master was, but one look at the summon at his side told her. 6th advancement at the very least, maybe 7th, 8th. If someone like that made a move, the master and mistress really might come home. As long as you know what to do, I'm leaving this to you. One more thing, put some people on it to make a show of searching for us. Keep up the fate unknown act for now. That said, the clone turned and left. Everything that needed handling was handled, just one thing left. The real body and Lin Qingqing's 2 children were still gestating at the hospital. The clone went in as the children's father and got to the 2 incubator pods with no trouble. When it asked to take them, the hospital wanted proof, which it had brought from home in advance. The paperwork's fine. As the father, you can take them. But I have to be clear. If you're not a summoner, if you don't have a summon skill, you're better off leaving them. These 2 pods absolutely cannot go in a backpack. The safest way to carry them is to have your own summon space. The clone couldn't reveal it was a summoner, so it just said it'd have a summoner help transport them. Papers signed, it drove the 2 pods back to the estate and tucked them into one of its summon spaces. The data read normal, and it let out a breath. Good, these are the real body's kids. Anything happens to them, he'd come down on me hard. About time, too. The Lu family's probably all been hauled in by now. The moment I filed for Abyss service, I cut ties with the Lu family. This won't touch me. Still, better safe than sorry. I'll head down to the Abyss early. It swept every car at home into the pack, drove one out, and made straight for the teleport array at the heart of Coastal City. ID confirmed, the array staff led it onto the platform. Coastal City doesn't have an array straight to the first layer. You go to the nearest one, Abyss projection number 9. Enter the projection from the outer city, then take the array inside it to reach the first layer. Soon the array flashed, and the dozen-plus people on it vanished in an instant. The clone had barely disappeared when a squad in military uniform showed up. After a few questions, they too boarded the array, bound for Abyss Projection Number 9. Too bad, by the time they got inside it, Jiang Yuan had already teleported into the abyss. Standing before the array, the man in front sighed. Lucky kid. He never grew up in the Liu family anyway, never got a thing out of them. Getting dug up was only ever to marry into the Lin family in their son's place. And now his own birth fathers shipped him off to the abyss. Everyone's bound for the abyss in the end. He just went first. So let it be. On the clone's end, once it was in the abyss, everything went smoothly. After all, the fresh graduates sent down for service alongside it numbered a full 1,000,000. Since the recruits were all fresh arrivals, the abyss side didn't send them anywhere dangerous. Miners, herb gatherers, blacksmiths, alchemists, everyone worked the rear first and only got moved to the front once they'd adjusted. A farming type, naturally, got parked in the rear too, to learn the trade. The clone wasn't thrilled, but he had no choice. He's just a clone. Even if he dies, he sleeps a year and revives. As long as the real body lives, he can't truly die. Better yet, every death, he wakes up stronger. So the clone doesn't fear death. But the real body's orders, he has to carry out. So he kept his head down in the deep rear, learning to farm. Though he couldn't learn it to save his life. He tried reaching the real body. No luck. Can't connect on the abyss's first layer. So the real body must not be on the first layer. He stopped wasting effort and waited for the real body to call him. I had no idea what the clone was going through. These 2 days, I did nothing but kill ants. The mana ants ran way past anything I'd expected. I crunched the numbers, and I was clearing 200,000 a day, my strength climbing 6,000,000 a day. Add the talent multiplier, and my strength had already left my other stats in the dust several times over. In 2 days flat, my strength stat hit 20,000,000. With the talents 5-fold, my real strength broke 100,000,000. My other 3 stats were sitting at 6,000,000 plus, so I just pushed brute force up to A rank, multiplier from 5 to 6. I thought about going further, ran the math, and gave up. Brute force from A to S takes over 4 billion ants, all for one more doubling. Kill that many and my strength would already be past 10 billion. I'd have to be brain dead to keep choking down a single talent. And it's not like I can only have one. Stack a few more strength talents and together they'll match anyone's S rank, even triple S. And this is only a strength buff talent. I can still go pick up other combat talents. Looking at the ants, still stretching past the horizon, I decided to scout elsewhere. Ching Ching and the others have been inside the bone fish 3 days. A few more, and they'll be climbing the walls. I need to find a way to hide them, fast. I took my wraith and left the dead forest. Not far on, a boulder field opened up ahead. The second the wraith and I stepped in, it was just like the forest. Monster auras flared up out of nowhere. The rocks on the ground snapped together fast, one after another, rising into stone men. By feel, these were somewhere around 2nd to 3rd advancement. Right then, I wanted a detection skill more than anything. My level's too low, skin a 1st, 2nd, or 3rd advancement, and it all comes back question marks. I need a detection skill to read these things true depth. Still, stone men, on top of strength, their constitution's bound to be high, probably with a constitution talent too. Perfect for stacking my constitution. I struck, dropped 8 of them, and ran the usual test drops. Strength plus 10 constitution, plus 50 spirit, plus 40 agility, plus 3. Skill is stone man summoning. Summon a stone man, talent stone guard. E doubles defense, mission accomplished. Stone man summoning works just like bone fish summoning. Summon a stone man and Lin Qingqing's group can live inside it. And these stone men aren't just high in spirit, their constitution's even higher. Exactly what I need to push both. That stone guard's not bad either. It doesn't add constitution, but it doubles constitution's defense. Times 2 at E, probably times 6 at A. I didn't rush in, though. The stone men were busy summoning more stone men, and every one of those was another soldier for me. So I gave them time to summon their fill. The moment they finished, the wraith and I struck together, summoners and stone men, all in one sweep. And that sweep turned up a surprise. A summoned stone man is a different beast from a stone man summoner. I dropped the summon one itself and got a peak 1st advancement stone man as a summon, dropped its talent, and it was E rank fortify, doubles constitution. Summoner plus summon. One doubles my constitution, the other doubles my defense again. Stack the constitution, layer the talents, and my constitution's untouchable. My defense, more untouchable still. First I grabbed the summon skill. Like before, level 10, summons one stone man with a tenth of my stats. I called it out on the spot. So now, for wide area harvesting, on top of me and the Wraith, I had a stone man too. Then I farmed up a swarm of stone man summons. Once I had 10,000, I waved my hand. All units, move out. One batch of stone men herded monsters, forcing the summoners to conjure stone men. The rest, with me and my 2 summons, split into 3 squads and spread out across the field. Fortify, 4 into a D, 16 into a C, 256 into a B, 60-some thousand into an A. The defense talent, likewise, 60-some thousand summoned stone men to hit A. Past that, I didn't even consider it. Skill in hand, talents in hand. Next, stack spirit and constitution. 3 one-shot killers up front, 10,000 stone men behind mopping up, and the kill speed was absurd. The summoned stone men were weak in spirit, so they dropped constitution. The summoners dropped spirit. One day in, I'd pushed spirit and constitution to 15 million and 20 million. Constitution, with the talent, had already caught strength. But agility and spirit were still way behind. Later I'll hunt down monsters with agility and spirit talents and stack those too. But talents matter only so much. At the root, it's base stats I need to build. My base stats added up to 60-some million now, but for a legendary class, that's only mid-8th advancement. To break 9th, I need 150 million minimum. And a real 9th advancement would never have stats this lopsided. I could keep farming here, but I've killed so many abyss monsters, sooner or later I'll draw attention. Better to move them first. I summoned the stone man, even forcing it down on purpose. This one, with a tenth of my stats, still stood a dozen-plus meters tall. I marched it back to the river, killing the whole way, and let Lin Qingqing's group out of the bonefish. This is my new summon, a stone man. From here on, for safety, you all ride inside it. I checked, it's clean in there and plenty roomy. If you can't stand it, tell the stone man and it'll pass word to me. The moment I find somewhere safe, I'll let you out. I'll get you to the first layer as fast as I can. Sit tight. They thanked the elder and hopped onto the stone man's palm. It rose, drew its hand to its belly, and a seam split open. They climbed in, and the moment they saw the inside, carved into countless rooms, they brightened even more. Each pitched a tent, dropped a car, picked a room, and settled in, then gathered in a central hall, pulled out their food, and dug in together. A few bites in, Zhou Wanqing sighed. Lin Qingqing, you were just born lucky. My family's no worse than yours, but I don't have your face. I've envied you since we were kids. I figured stealing Lu Hao, the one you had a marriage pact with, and making him my dog would feel great. I was wrong. It felt like nothing. When I heard you'd married a farmer, I was happy for a bit. But now, I can't muster a shred of it. Your man's a farmer, sure, but his master's a monster. Without that master, we'd all be dead right now. And look at this stone man. I can't read its depth, but it's 7th, 8th advancement at least. So I've decided, I'm done competing with you. The looks I could live with, but your luck's off the charts. Going up against you is just signing up to suffer. Lin Qingqing laughed too. I honestly never knew you saw me as a rival. But it's good you've made peace with it. Otherwise I wouldn't have known how to face you. Through the stone man, I glanced inside, saw the 2 of them talking and laughing, and stopped watching. Inside the stone man, there's no way they'd know what was happening out here. So I didn't rush off. I farmed another 5 days in that boulder field, pushed strength, spirit, and constitution all up to 50 million, and only then moved on. The instant I stepped out of the boulder field, I was standing in snow mountains. Honestly, it threw me. Is this place really the abyss? Why are the monsters so cleanly divided? And how do totally different environments sit on the same patch of ground? Couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop me killing. These snow mountains, same as the boulder field, were crawling with monsters. 2 kinds this time. Frost mages, whose top stat was spirit, and snowmen, whose top stat, of all things, was agility. The talents lined up too. The frost mages carried D-rank ice affinity. The snowmen, E-rank haste, double agility. I soaked in those snow mountains a full week. By the end, my agility was up to 60 million, my spirit to 90 million. Plus I'd stacked out an S-rank ice affinity and an A-rank haste. Here's the stat sheet. Name, Jiang Yuan class, farmer level, 30, no advancement, cannot gain further XP, strength, 50.12 M+, times 6, constitution, 50.69 M+, times 6, agility, 61.20 M plus, times 6, spirit, 90.28 M plus HP, 500 M plus mana, 900 M plus talents, designated drop, ice affinity S, haste A, fortify A, brute force A. Skills, cultivation 1, bone fish summoning 10, wraith summoning 10, soulfire clone, stone man summoning 10, blizzard 10, snowball 10. A stat block like that, even for a legendary class, it's the equivalent of stepping into 9th advancement. Factor in the talents, and you could call it peak 9th tier and not be wrong. Before I head back to the first layer, I've got to push my stats past 1 billion. But right now, a day nets me 10 million something tops. 1 billion means 100 days flat. And 1 billion's just the floor. Climbing higher than that eats far too much time. Looks like I need to find a way to crank my kill speed up. I didn't linger in the snow mountains. That day, I'd already crossed to the far side, and a lush, sprawling forest came into view. And the instant I stepped into that forest, down on the abyss's 3rd layer, someone finally took notice. The abyss's 3rd layer holds countless races and countless demon god sects, each spreading its god's faith and warring with the rest. Among them, the churches of the demon ant god, the demon stone god, and the snow demon god. Lately, all 3 had gotten word from their people. The kin they'd seeded along the banks of the river of hell to hatch and evolve had taken losses. Many never came back. So each church sent a team to the river of hell to check, and they ran straight into each other. One round of questions, and they realized all 3 had lost kin. I figured it was you demon ants who did it. Guess I overthought it, the demon stone bishop said as he walked toward his own evolution grounds. No idea what happened. Losing this many kin, that's no small blow to my god. But when the 3 reached their grounds, they found only traces, no culprit. At the demon ant grounds first, we abyss races are vast in number, but we've got a fatal flaw. Before the 3rd tier, it's all instinct, no intelligence. Only past the 3rd tier does the mind slowly open, and only at the 6th are we a match for an ordinary human. If our kin had real intelligence before advancing, like the humans, would any of this be happening? This time, my mana ants lost 1 million at least. And how many of them were our future pillars? But these low-tier ones can't even put into words what happened. The demon stone bishop came back from his own territory, his face dark enough to drip. Our losses are worse. That was my race's summoner evolution grounds. This hole won't be filled in 10 years, 20. I proposed it before, station 6 tier and up along the river of hell. Not one race would agree. After this, we settle it for good. If it happens again, our god's wrath will surely fall. The snow demon bishop returned from his icy peak too. Your proposal, I'm in. But the urgent thing now is to root out whoever did this. From my scouting, the culprit started at the mana ant grounds and cut clean through my snow mountains. By now, he's most likely headed for the blade mantis breeding grounds. I've already notified the blade mantis church. In 2 or 3 days at most, they'll send people too. Let's go take a look first, see exactly what we're dealing with. They assumed not a soul could hear them. What they didn't know, the moment they set foot in the stone men's territory, I'd already locked onto them, and every word they'd just spoken, I caught, all of it. So that's it. I've got 2, 3 days, tops. I said it out loud, and as the words landed, I showed myself. The 3 bishops went rigid and snapped their eyes toward me. 3 7th advancement powers, and not one had sensed me close in. Which meant only one thing. This human was abnormally strong. But however strong, so what? This was the abyss's 3rd layer. The 3 bishops came to their senses and bristled with rage. The mana ant bishop spoke first. Human, which god do you follow? Don't you know these are the gods' breeding grounds? You dare go on a killing spree here. You don't fear divine wrath. The demon stone bishop snorted. They call me brainless. Turns out it's you. Feel him out properly. There's almost no abyss aura on this human. He's from a human world on the outside. If he were one of our 3rd layer abyss human servants, you think we couldn't smell it? He fixed his eyes on me. Kid, out with it. Which planet? Which plane are you from? If you follow a demon god, maybe you've got a way out. If not, then wait to die. I frowned. By their tone, there were humans on the abyss's 3rd layer? Servants to these demon god races? News to me. And which planet? Which plane? Did the abyss connect to countless planets and planes? That piqued my interest. I'd meant to just wipe them out, but now I was in no rush. Won't lie to you. I'm not Abyss native. I stumbled in by accident. By your account, the Abyss links to countless planets and planes, and the 3rd layer's full of humans. Then here's what I don't get. When you invade other planets, Why not send the Abyss's humans along? They're human. They could slip onto my planet and nobody would ever catch them. The Snow Demon Bishop laughed out loud. Out of some little planet. All right, doesn't know a thing. And in a few sentences, he laid it out. The Abyss has countless layers, each with its demon gods. A demon god grows stronger on faith, on followers. But its own races, at the low tiers, are too dumb to even supply faith. So for ages, the Abyss has invaded world after world. The ones that broke free, went independent, or struck a deal, set those aside. The ones swallowed up or enslaved mostly had humans, and those humans, steeped in the Abyss long enough, became Abyss humans, still human-shaped, but abyssal to the bone. Send them back to a human world, and they'd be spotted on sight. And worse, some of them still quietly side with humanity and might knife the Abyss in the back. So the Abyss has an iron rule. Invade any world, no Abyss humans allowed. The Snow Demon Bishop eyed me. Riddle solved. Now, where exactly are you from? You want it that badly? Fine, I'll tell you. I'm from Blue Star. All three bishops' eyes lit up. They'd just gotten word. The Demon Wolf cult was scouring everywhere for someone from Blue Star. And here he'd walked right into them. Blue Star? Perfect. You'll come with us. And those little friends you've hidden away, hand them over too. My figure flickered, gone. Next instant, all three bishops dropped, out cold. I broke every limb they had, dragged their HP down to 1%, and only then slapped them awake one by one. From here, I ask you answer. One bad answer, and you're free to die. 3 7th advancement bishops, each more cooperative than the last, holding nothing back. Humans were terrifying, and they didn't want to die. From their mouths, I finally got the shape of this abyss. It's boundless, one river of hell winding through countless planes, strung into a vast web of worlds. The deeper you go, the stronger it gets, the more stable the worlds. The top few dozen layers are mostly godless, harvesting grounds for faith, breeding grounds for followers. While the Abyss wars with other strong worlds, it also endlessly devours life from other universes and folds it in. That's the source of the Abyss invasions. Weak worlds get stripped bare. Ones with some fight get nibbled away slowly. Good practice for the troops. Ones like Blue Star, bold enough to strike back, they actually welcome, because races like that, after the invasion, often blaze for centuries, even millennia. But those powers are mostly stuck on the first layer, and however glorious, the day comes when it all collapses. When it does, the whole inheritance passes to the demon gods, the entire people reduced to followers. Below the second layer, the humans of every layer mostly came to be this way. By these three's account, the humans on the third layer alone numbered in the trillions, and with the demon gods' follower races on top of that, beyond counting. Every other layer the same. For the first time, it really hit me. Blue Star is tiny. A new question came to me. You've got humans and followers by the ocean, so why does a demon god church still care about humanity's handful of legendary classers? And a necromancer who's 7th advancement at most. Is he really worth all this trouble? The mana at Bishop's side. You really don't know, do you? You think legendary classes grow on trees? In all of Abyss Mountain City, with all its humans, fewer than 100 legendaries surface in a year. Any power that pulls a legendary into a demon god's fold earns a heavy reward, because a legendary, once they embrace a demon god, has a shot at reaching 10th advancement, even breaking 11th someday. And their talents don't come low. A rank to start, S rank, and up if they're lucky. People like that are a demon god's most precious foundation. As for that necromancer of yours, he's almost certainly the one in the demon wolf cult's territory, the one waving the Liberate Humanity banner, who's rallied over 10 million humans to openly defy the wolf god's faith. An ordinary 7th tier summoner means nothing, but he's different. 10 million people following him against the demon gods. Kill him now, and those people still won't return to the faith anytime soon. Sooner or later, that's a massive threat. The cleanest fix is to force him to submit to a demon god. Gut those 10 million's resolve, herd them back into the fold, and the whole problem solves itself. That's why the demon wolf cult is going to such lengths to break him. Something jolted in my chest. 10 million people against the demon wolf cult under a Liberate Humanity banner. This necromancer was plainly Ching Ching's father. So that was it. The reason they wouldn't let Ching Ching go. They wanted to use her to force her father's hand. Mystery solved. Just one last question. The map of the Abyss's top 3 layers. Walk me through it. How do I get to the first layer? The Snow Demon Bishop begged at once. It wasn't easy getting where we are. None of us wants to die. The map, we'll give you. We'll even lead you up to the first layer ourselves. Just spare our lives. I figured as much. Before he'd finished, I struck all 3 bishops, dead on the spot. At the moment they died, none of the 3 understood. I never needed the map at all. I searched them. Their goods were all in their packs, nothing worth taking on their persons. But just as I went to trigger a drop, a new option I'd never seen popped up: drop everything the target owns. Next second, 3 rings fell into my palm. Congratulations, obtain backpack ring ×3. Fuse into your pack for plus 168 slots and all contents within. I fused them in fast and dug through the hall, and soon turned up a map stone. A pulse of spirit energy, and the map of the abyss's first 5 layers unfurled before me, down to exactly how to climb to the second layer, the first. With this, getting back to the first layer's a breeze. Guess those 100,000 plus new items won't be needed after all. Those 100,000 plus, I dropped back in the Blade Mantis territory. By the honest rates, single target random teleport scrolls are 1 in 10,000. The group one's 1 in 100 million. But under my designated drop, out they poured, over 100,000 of them. With those in hand, I could call myself untouchable. As luck had it, now that I had the map, following it down the river of hell would take me straight to the first layer. Except every layer's guardian along the way would likely catch on. Third to second, second to first, there are plenty of routes. No need to muscle down the river of hell. A prime spot for farming, sure. But the harder you farm, the more trouble you invite. Said all that, and still I lingered 2 more days. Across those days, on top of my spirit holding at 90 million, my other stats all climbed to 70 million. Figuring the timing was about right, I drew a random teleport scroll and whisked the whole group out of the river of hell. The moment I left, a crew of 9th and 10th advancement heavies showed up. Too bad. Came up empty. The scrolls are random. The first 4 dumped me somewhere either in the middle of nowhere or downright deadly. Only the 5th landed me somewhere decent. The abyss's layers aren't simply stacked. They're parallel, interlinked worlds. Where one world borders the next, there's always a weak point in space. Set a teleport array there, and you can cross between them. I climbed into the stone man's belly and had it ride the arrays in my place. The attendant could tell it was a summon, but didn't bat an eye. All the abyss knows a thing like a stone man can only be summoned by a true stone man. And so, the stone man carried me array to array, from a 3rd layer city down to the 2nd layer, then into the 1st. Once I'd nailed down where Blue Star had invaded, I rode the array straight to the abyss city nearest the invasion site. Once the stone man left the city for open ground, I showed myself again. I'd actually been back in touch with the clone for a while, but I didn't go straight to him. Instead, I brought Ching Ching and the others toward where the clone was, Dragon Nation Base City number 9. Before we even reached the gate, the clone and I quietly swapped. After the swap, the one who stayed behind was the clone. He can't summon the stone man, so he called out a wraith and let everyone through the gate. As people without papers, we got the usual inspection. When it was done, they pulled Jiang Yuan aside. Meeting the clone's smug look, I cursed him in my head, but on the surface I bowed, all respect. Master, thank you. You're my disciple, it's only right. I've brought your wife back, so I'll be off. Train hard, the way I taught you, and who knows, before long I might bring your in-laws home too. Don't go disappointing them when I do. All right, I'm gone. And the words barely landed before Master, the real body, turned and vanished. Ching Ching had been too caught up in the excitement. Now it dawned on her, and she grabbed my arm. Husband, what Master just said, he's going to find my parents? I smiled and nodded. He didn't have to leave at all. But just now he sent me a private word, back on the 3rd layer. He learned where your parents are. They're safe for the moment, no danger anytime soon. But he'd rather not risk it, so he's going to bring them back first. Don't worry. With Master on it, our folks are as good as home. Ching Ching was overjoyed. They'd come through this near-death ordeal in one piece entirely thanks to Master. And now Master was going after her parents himself, with news this good on top of it. She couldn't help but throw herself against me. Husband, wait for me. She leaned to my ear. I can feel our 3rd one staging a jailbreak. I'm going to find the holy priest to have the baby taken out, and afterward, I'll reward you properly. Li Lianyue, off to the side, wore a wicked little look. Ching Ching, didn't you say having kids with our brother-in-law was about carrying on the family line, about putting your parents at ease? Now the elder's gone to bring your folks back, and you've already got 3, so I figure there's no need to be thinking about a 4th. If you want to reward him, find another way. Otherwise, people might start wondering what you're really after. Ching didn't flinch. You little thing, you saw right through me. But there's a saying, a little time apart beats a honeymoon. Before, it was for the family line. Now it's pure reunion, and I want to give us both a nice surprise. What's wrong with that? You're not married. You wouldn't get it. Enough chatter. I need to go ask where in this Bay City someone can help me. And with that, she dragged me off, cheerful as could be. The others, finally back in a human city, were all thinking the same thing. A good, long rest. The two of us figured this would eat up a day at least. But at the Bay City's hospital, start to finish, it took half an hour, and 20-some minutes of that was the paperwork. At the doctor's, one spatial ability lifted the embryo out and set it in the incubator room. Done. That fast. Ching was stunned. The doctor cut her a slightly disdainful glance. One look, and I can tell it's your first time doing this in a base city. This isn't Blue Star. Here, only the first time runs a little slow. After that, however many times, it's always this quick. And the ones doing the work here are 6th advancement at minimum. Not like those little hospitals of yours. After thanking the doctor, Ching and I went back to my temporary place. A cramped 2-bed, 1 bath, maybe 400 square feet. Husband, tonight, I'm carrying our 4th child. What Ching didn't say out loud. She'd already banked 3 doubled stats and was only waiting on the 4th child to double her spirit too. By the more kids, more blessings systems rules. Conceive doubles a stat, birth doubles it again. Once all 4 kids are born, all 4 of her stats will be 4 times the original. And on top of that, she can inherit the children's future talents and power. The real jackpot is how the kids grow, one with a monstrous talent, and they'll come back around to carry her sky high. So the more children the better. If even one wakes a mythic class or a hidden class, she rises right along with them. Past midnight, she finally got the chime she'd been waiting for. The last stat, doubled 2. Next morning, still riding the high, the first thing Ching did was gather her teammates, and then she went to Zhou Wanqing. After these past days, I've decided you're not half bad. My husband's a farmer, so he can't really level in the abyss. Why not join us? The 5 of us make a perfect squad. So, you in? This was exactly the invitation Zhou Wanqing had been waiting for. Terrified of missing it, she waved her 4 errand boys off on the spot. Decide for yourselves whether you stay or go. Want to stay and level? Form your own team. Don't. Then wait for the brass to ship you back. Won't be long. And so Ching took Li Lianyue, Shun Qingyao, Lu Jiyu, and Zhou Wanqing, followed the base city's map, and headed out to grind. I'd meant to tag along, but then I caught the figure trailing them, 7th, 8th advancement at the least, and clearly there as a bodyguard. I assumed he was there for Zhou Wanqing, and let it go. The moment Ching left, riding my wife's coattails, I got summoned by base city number 9's farming director. Mr. Jiang, I had no idea your wife was such a human elite. A legendary classer, right there on her team. And you're no ordinary farmer yourself. Hit level 17 less than a month after awakening. You could well reach 1st advancement within 3 months. A shame, getting shipped down to the abyss like this. I wonder, any interest in finishing your college entrance exams? That threw me. Doesn't the Federation require everyone sent down to serve 3 years, minimum? I just got here. How would entrance exams even come into it? He smiled and walked me through it. Humanity's top fighting strength is now almost entirely concentrated on the Abyss's 1st layer. To train the next generation, the Federation built its own academies down here too. Except these go by one name, War Academies. Built for war, they develop any class that's useful to it. The truly exceptional climb one rung higher, into the War God Academy. On Blue Star, surely you've heard of a few who rose from life classes? The Hammer King, a smith, and a savage won in a fight. The Poison King, who came up as an apothecary. All of them walked out of a War Academy and into the War God Academy. On Blue Star, life classes have no future. Down in the Abyss, they finally do. That's exactly why the Federation forces so many life classers down here every year. The base is huge, and if even a fraction rise, they become the bedrock of humanity's rise. So every life classer sent down gets a shot at a War Academy. That shot is right in front of you now. Won't you try? Honestly, I didn't want to. But before I could turn him down, he added, don't be so quick to refuse. The main War Academy won't take you below 6th advancement, so anyone aiming for it has to break 6th at a branch campus first. And as it happens, Dragon Nation Base City number 9 has a War Academy branch. Not only can you stay and level up here, join, and you'll be at the same school as your wife. I blinked. Ching Ching joined a war academy? He shook his head, smiling. Not yet, but once you're in the abyss, there's no going back. Your wife, her teammates, that legendary classer, sooner or later, they're all war academy. Not long ago, the academy already sent a war king rank powerhouse to guard your wife's group personally. Or how do you think they got out of the base to grind so easily? With the academy protecting them this early, it's not about to watch them slip back to Blue Star's schools. On Blue Star, the academy maybe couldn't reach them. But down here, joining is the only road left. And it's good for them. Humanity's strongest are all in the war academies, far beyond those other schools. Your wife's joining. If you don't, the level gap will only grow, and that's no good for a marriage. Only then did it click. That high-level fighter who left with Ching Ching's group wasn't only guarding Zhou Wanqing. He was guarding my wife too. Fine, I'd join, but I had one last question. I'll grant my wife's got some talent. Inviting her and her team makes sense. But why insist on me? Don't tell me it's really for the sake of our marriage. The director, Zhou Wanqing, looked a little awkward, then just laid it out. There's that angle, sure. But the bigger one, your wife's group mentioned you have a teacher. 8th advancement at the least, a dual classer, and one of his classes is farmer. An 8th advancement farmer must have gone deep on the trade. We're hoping your joining might bring something different to the War Academy's agriculture college. Now it made sense. What I hadn't expected, this whole thing traced back to my clone. Still, I've got no time to sit in a classroom. That time's better spent farming stats. Though I'll admit, the agriculture college had me a little curious. Had anyone really cracked the farmer path open? I thought it over, then named my price. You know I have a teacher, and he's left me plenty of tasks. I genuinely can't keep a desk schedule. If the academy lets me come and go freely once I'm in, study when I want, read whatever I want, then I'm in. Otherwise, no can do. Zhou Wanqing clapped his hands. That's hardly a problem. Just say you'll join, and I'll go file your enrollment now. Once it's done, you can pull up the courses on your comm band, browse the texts on it, or in person. I'll have your access opened up. Like he was afraid I'd change my mind. He said his piece and was gone. With him out the door, I was officially on break. And on break, naturally, means back out to farm stats. But this time I didn't bolt straight off. First I swung by Base City No. 9's Pioneer Hall, where you can buy just about anything. I needed to pick up some intel. Turns out they even sell houses. A villa happened to be up for listing, and I took it without a second thought. Pocket change for me. One tap of the comm band, ID verified, deed transferred, all in one breath. On the way, I dumped everything I'd hauled out of the Lin estate into the villa, got it sorted, then headed back to the hall. Get me a map of the area around Base City No. 9. The map was cheap. He had one in my hands in a moment. I spread it out. Most of the area around No. 9 had been cleared. The map was dense with markings, ore, timber, and low-tier monster resources claimed by the base. A few plots specially cultivated with abyss crops, a scattered handful growing grain, each tagged. Report any anomaly immediately. The center ring was base territory. The big ring beyond it was undesignated land, though mostly scouted, with every hazard and monster type marked clean. And the outermost edge was hemmed in by 3 territories. Due north, the Wolf God Church's ground. Due east, the Beastmaster continents. West and south, the rim of a vast basin, called the Boneyard. First time at No. 9, kid? The vendor struck up. By the calendar, this is about when the life classers come down, and you look like one yourself. The cleared safe zones around the base are all on the map, monster levels and all. If you want to level on your off time, go for it. Past the safe zones, don't even think about it, not without the strength. Anywhere farther is off limits for the likes of us. Stick to the safe zone and you'll mostly be fine. He pointed at the basin. No. 9 spot here isn't bad, backed up against the Boneyard, so west and south are basically quiet. The endless skeletons in there never come out. Our only real enemy is the Wolf God Church to the north. Lucky for us, the Beastmaster continent to the east is on our side. Together we keep the Wolf God Church pinned. Word is they've got a 10th advancement of their own. With the 2 of us joined up, no big troubles coming anytime soon. Level up in peace. Since he was happy to talk, I worked my questions in and got the lay of No. 9. The city lord goes by 9. No one knows his real name. All anyone knows is he's a 10th advancement, the one reason this base still stands. No. 9 and the Beastmaster continent's base city back each other up against the Wolf God Church, and the Boneyard behind them has never once let a monster out. so the three powers hold a delicate balance. As for the boneyard itself, it's endless skeletons. The killer detail, those skeletons are undying. Cut one down, and it's back up in a blink. Worse, the drop rates are pitiful and the XP barely registers, so even the ones desperate to level can't be bothered with it. Much obliged. Skeletons that revive without end. Now that had my attention. Low XP, low drops? For everyone else, that's a deal breaker. For me, it's nothing. No drops, no XP. I couldn't care less. What I want is exactly that. Can't stay dead. Can't stay dead means I farm forever. I left the city, pulled my car out, and made for the boneyard. Reading the map as I drove, I was barely halfway when one marking snagged my eyes, the monster's name in particular, and before I knew it, I'd cut the wheel and aimed straight for it. This thing might be a serious find for me. The map read, Fallen Treant Summoner, Fallen Treant Race, mostly 3rd advancement, a few breaking 4th, with the power to summon Treants. A summoned Treant can shelter a small patch of ground, turning it into a normal zone fit for growing grain and vegetables. Once a summoned Treant is killed, the whole tree can be harvested and ground to powder, scattered on soil. It improves Blue Star Earth, no effect on Abyss soil. Killing a summoned Treant is a flat-out waste, I figured. But if they really are summons, then I can sweep the whole lot. Get a stockpile of Treants that turn Abyss wasteland into farmland, and I'd finally be a farmer worthy of the name. The car reached the spot, and a forest opened up before me. For a second, it was like being back on Blue Star. Lush grass under the trees, a couple of small animals tussling in it. Around the edges stood a scatter of humans, watching, but not one of them killing or harvesting a thing. Up close, catching the chatter, I understood. These people hadn't come to grind or kill. They'd come to look at Blue Star. They said only this forest could bring back everything home meant to them. Since they were treating it like a tourist spot, I didn't strike out in the open. I put the car away and headed for the heart of the woods. At my level, I didn't so much as register to these regulars, never mind the people outside. In the center, I went to work on a dozen-plus summoned Treants. First thing confirmed. These Treants really were summons. They could drop, summon creature style, into my own. But the moment the first one landed, I changed my plans. Shelter Treant, 2nd advancement, level 69, talent Sylvan Ward. Every wood-type guardian skill you cast is tripled in effect. Skill, Ecosphere, 69 layers passive. Once active, the ground around you, with you at its center, is reshaped into the state most fit for life. Arable, farmable. Each level adds a layer. Each layer improving 1 cubic meter. Any crop planted within it, root and stem under a meter, falls under the Ecosphere's protection. With Sylvan Ward boosting it, my skill blanketed 207 cubic meters of ground in one shot. And here's the best part. Stake out a patch and I can walk anywhere inside it. The ground stays warded. Only when I step out does it lapse, and I have to stake it again. Turning them into summons was useful, sure. But this talent and skill, those were the real treasure. I tested it, and it ran exactly as I'd hoped. The talent stacks upward, the skill stacks by layers. These summoned Treants ran mostly around level 60, a few past 70, some down in the 50s, each one, on average, adding 60 layers of Ecosphere. I pushed toward the heart of the woods, dropped a good 2,000 of them, and only then drew the outside crowd's notice. That'll do. 1,000 Treant summons now, the talent max to a rank for a 6-fold boost, the skill stacked to 6,666 layers. That's the summons and the skill, each covering 10-odd acres. Enough for now. As for this place, I'll figure out how to claim it later. My strength's still short. First, stack the stats. I turned and left. With me gone, the Treants quieted fast, and the people outside, spotting nothing off, drifted away. A good ways out, I pulled my car back out and drove straight for the boneyard. And when I got there, I finally understood why nobody wanted to come. The place was wall-to-wall skeletons, packed layer on layer. Most were unadvanced rabble, level a few to a dozen, but mixed in were some in the 20s and 30s, and plenty more I couldn't even read. For low-levelers, grinding here was suicide. For high-levelers, you'd have to wade through a sea of trash mobs first, a waste of time. Same deal as those monsters on Blue Star's coast that can't leave the water. And that, of all things, delighted me. For my stretch on the Abyss's first layer, this boneyard is my safe little stat farm. I didn't work the outer edge, didn't want to be seen, so I pushed in a ways before getting started. The skeletons inside ran about the same level as out front, Mowing them down was effortless. I dumped every summon I had out at once, a black tide of them spreading across the ground. Indiscriminate sweep. Kill every skeleton in here. At the word, the summons surged out. I cut loose with AoE too. Hellfire, bursting fireball, blizzard, falling rock, raining it all down into the bone piles. I tested the drops and just gave up on agility and spirit. What these skeletons cough up most is strength and constitution. Unadvanced ones pay by level. 5 points at the floor, 30 some at the top. The first advancement ones are more generous. 40 at the low end, 80 plus at the high. One day in, my strength and constitution each climbed over 10 million. 20 million by day, keep at it by night. And that's 30 million plus daily, minimum. But the thing choking me is summons. I still don't have enough. The more summons I run, the faster it goes. Back home that night, I asked around where summoners cluster. Figured it'd be hard to dig up. Instead, everyone gave me the exact same answer. Where else but the front? Our line against the Wolf God Church is thick with summoners. Both sides run them as the main force. Bottom line, sending summons to die down sits a lot easier than sending live people. Humanity's side has fewer summoners, but they hold the front behind a wall of steel. They're the defenders. The Wolf God Church is the attacker, driving summons at the walls day after day. Add it up, and the front is where summoners pack in thickest. Beyond the front, around base city number 9, there were at least a dozen plus nests of summoning-type monsters, some inside the safe zone, some out. I noted every one of them. Noted, but the front, I'd be skipping for now. The place is crawling with summoners, sure, over 100 kinds, I hear. Land every one of those skills, and I'd hold 100 plus summons each at a tenth of my own power. A full-blown summon legion. At 30 million a day now, 100 summons would net me 100, 200 million daily, easy. But I don't yet have the absolute strength to eat the risk. One powerhouse marks me and my life's forfeit. I'm not about to throw it away in a moment of greed. As it happened, these next few days Ching was busy leveling, and the farming office was busy with my enrollment, told me to manage my own time. So I made the rounds of the summoner nests nearby, hunting summoners and their summons. A few days, and my summon skills had hit 18. 18 summons at a tenth of my power. That's already absurd. Add the tens of thousands of low-tier summons I picked up along with the skills. Back in the boneyard, I'll be pulling 200 million a day, easy. Still, big as that number looks, to a real powerhouse, it's probably nothing. A 10th advancement legendary tops out around 10 billion stats. Even grinding like a madman, I'd need nearly 50 days to catch up. An 11th advancement? That's 1 foot across the threshold of godhood. The jump's supposedly even bigger, though exactly how, I couldn't say. But one thing's certain, touching God is anything but easy. This abyss is thick with demon gods. Me, I keep my tail tucked. The day I went back to the villa, the place was all squared away and mostly stocked. Ching happened to be back from grinding, so I waited at the base gate. Her convoy stopped the second it spotted me. She hopped out and waved the others off. 6 a.m., same spot tomorrow, I'm off. Then she grabbed me and climbed into my car. Behind her, in the convoy, Zhou Wanqing's side. Aren't you 3 her best friends? She's going at this pace and you won't say a word? Last I checked, she's already carrying 4 embryos for now, but 10 months and they're real kids. Any less restraint and she'll be having 100 a year. I know her parents went missing and she wants to keep the family going. But does she have to push this hard? Besides, didn't that Jiang Yuan's master go off to find her parents? What's the rush? Li Lianyue and the other 2 pulled odd faces, because they'd said the same thing. And then they'd heard Ching's explanation and gone speechless. Since that reason had stumped the 3 of them, well, let it stump an outsider too. They even half looked forward to the look on Zhou Wanqing's face. Shen Qingyao cleared her throat. Ching said, if her folks don't come back, more kids means the Lin family keeps growing, lasts for good. And if they do come back, even better, because those 2 aren't the type to sit still, they're always itching for the front. For their safety, Ching's decided to give them a whole pile of grandkids. Picture it, they come home to dozens, hundreds, maybe several hundred kids all lined up calling them grandpa and grandma. You think they'll have the heart to go anywhere? They'll have no choice but to stay home and mind the children. The reasoning was, honestly, airtight. But Zhou Wanqing's face couldn't hold. The logic checked out, but that picture was a bit much. If the parents didn't come back, fine, it's just Ching and her husband raising dozens, hundreds on their own. But if they did come back and ran smack into a horde of grandkids like that, they'd probably be stunned on the spot. She even, for no reason, kind of wanted to see it. A long beat later, she came around and said, thoughtful, "So, this Ching-Ching of yours, rushing off so fast." She's hurrying to add a fifth. This time, not a trace of question in her voice. Pure certainty. The others said nothing, but it was all there in the silence. And it played out exactly as they'd figured. I'd meant to take Ching-Ching back to the villa, but the two of us went straight to the hospital instead. Only after the fourth embryo was tucked into its incubator pod did we head to my new place. The moment Ching-Ching spotted all the familiar things, her eyes lit up. "Husband, you're too good to me." Out came 2 more cleansing scrolls. "To thank you for everything, husband, I'm going to reward you properly. Tonight, let's try for our 5th little love child." What could I even say? She was being this forward. Pull back now, and wouldn't I look like I couldn't? Another half a night of it, and around 1 in the morning, Ching-Ching heard the system chime. Number 5, conceived. And the 5th child's reward landed too. C-rank talent, a energy saver. All your skill costs reduced by 1/4. Once the child is born, evolves to S rank, reduced to 1/10. Ching-Ching smiled. And the villa, at last, went quiet. When I got up the next day, Ching-Ching was already gone. 3 days of grinding, as we'd agreed, back after. With the academy's heavy trailing her, I wasn't worried. And it's all right around base city number 9, so if anything went sideways, I could be there in a heartbeat. Out of the city, I poured on speed straight to the boneyard. Pushed in a ways, let out all 18 summons plus the whole summon army, and finally called up a level 20 skeleton clone and tucked it into the stone man. These summons only follow me or a clone. So from here, you lead them and farm stats for me. I know your level's low and you can't grow yet. It's inconvenient. I get it. I'll find a way to add some protection later. And once I've got more clones, I won't stick you with the risky work. No choice, really. I've got only 2 clones right now. Finding a monster with a clone skill is brutally hard. I've asked around these past days, and nobody knows. Plenty do know one thing, though, only gods have clones. But so what if they know? I'm not cocky enough to go god slaying yet. The academy should be open to me by now. Before, I was only after farmer leads. Turns out I need to dig through the library for summoning, and 4 clones too. First, I went to base city number 9's logistics office. Zhong Wanshan received me again. "You're a War Academy man now. The Academy's full archive is open to you. Pull up courses on your comm band. Go if you want, or stay put in logistics. As a student, you've got 2 new options here. 1, we bump you up to oversee the other farmers. 2, you apply for a plot near the base and try improving the soil, growing things. Pick the second, and we don't even need results. Just trial at least 2 species a year. Crack something breakthrough, and the reward's huge. And the second option leaves you freer. Besides, I had no patience for managing people, so I took the second on the spot. And just like that, a token was in my hand. Good for staking out a plot under 100 acres outside the city, inside the Academy's protective ring, generally hazard-free. Not that I had time to tend the land just then. I turned and went into the War Academy, straight to the library, hunting the agriculture texts. A few books in, my eyes lit up. Called it, "The Abyss is this vast, linked to countless worlds. There's bound to be all kinds of planting-related beings and monsters. Maybe I really can carve out a different kind of farmer's road. A person needs something to chase. The fact that I can drop anything off an opponent already guarantees I'll reach the top someday. But until I'm truly untouchable, I won't show my hand. At most, I show a clone. So while keeping my real strength hidden, scoring myself a respectable identity is a must too. I'm Ching-Ching's husband. After all, I can't just be a good-for-nothing farmer. And before long I'll have at least 4 kids, maybe a whole crowd. Can't have them thinking their dad's a deadbeat. The kids are barely conceived, and the father's sense of duty's already kicking in. The books said the Abyss's first layer is boundless. 100,000, a million blue stars stacked together wouldn't fill it. Blue Star's invasion was just one rift, one faction, punching through. Over 300 years, they'd cataloged at least 100+ agriculture-related monsters. The rarest around number 9 is the Treant. Great skill, great ability, but you can't just whip it out, because there's no way to explain it. What matters most for me now is leveling that first level planning skill up, learning 2 more farmer-related skills, and then I can advance my class. When the national exams come, I'll take this farmer class and steamroll every combat class, and with my talent, build a farmer's legend. I photographed everything that mattered. But I didn't leave. Stepping into this library, Besides the farmer angle, I had two more things to dig into. The lowdown on summoning type monsters, and whether I could turn up a low-tier monster with a clone skill. The summoning material was easy to find. 3 whole rows of shelves, all of it. I pulled out a copy of Introduction to Summoning, cracked it open, and got nailed in place. The summonable monsters humanity has discovered so far number 3,672. Holy crap, that many? I was genuinely floored, because I'd already spotted it. Every summon skill in this world hides one and the same trick. Every summon skill hides one and the same trick. A summoner can only learn so many skills, but every summon skill, once maxed to level 10, can call up a monster with a tenth of the caster's own stats. That's exactly what keeps a summon skill useful for the long haul. I ran the math fast. If I max all 3,600 plus of these summon skills to 10, I'll have over 3,600 summons, each at a tenth of my stats. And that's not even all of it. That's only what humanity's cataloged. There's a lot more out there they haven't, which means down the line, I could be holding 5,000, even 10,000 kinds of summons, each at a tenth of my stats. The thought sent a shiver through me. Keep stacking my stats with no ceiling. And the day I hit 10 times the Abyss's strongest, I'd have 10,000 summons each on the level of the Abyss's strongest. Just imagining it was chilling. Looks like I need to go learn a lot more summon skills. And learning skills means killing monsters. This stretch in the Abyss had taught me the lay of it. These low-tier Abyss monsters, even the gods don't think twice about. I'd slaughtered piles of them, and the most it stirred up was a visit from some race's higher-ups. The gods couldn't care less. Bottom line, the demon gods want faith, and low-tier trash mobs can't supply a shred of it, so the gods don't bother sheltering them. As long as I don't touch the high-tier, sentient monsters, I won't provoke a god. So it's clear, as long as I've got enough clones and enough summons, I can stand in these piles of low-tier trash and farm stats without limit, stack power without limit. The day I'm truly untouchable, everyone alive is fuel for my growth. For now, 3 things, that's all. 1. For my wife and kids, take this farmer road higher and farther. 2. Grab more summon skills, more summons, build a huge, vicious stat farming army. 3. And this is the big one. Round up more clone-capable monsters or classers. The more clones, the faster I stack, the faster I reach untouchable. Question is whether this library can dig me up a way to make more clones. I was scanning the shelves at random when I looked up and saw everyone else searching on the computers, and it clicked. I made straight for one. The moment the person ahead got up, I sat and typed clone. Bam! A flood of results. More than half were clone classes, clone talents. The class is rare among humans, with only a handful on record, and every classer who'd had the ability was either long dead or vanished without a trace. There were a few humans with a clone talent, mostly awakening it at 6th or 7th advancement. All of them humanity's upper echelon. The pillars holding Blue Star steady today. Forget it. I just want a couple more clones, not worth putting Blue Star at risk over. Further down, finally, came the clone-capable monsters. All of 5 of them on record. 1. Slime. Lowest tier Abyss monster, level 0 to 10. Take a hit, and it splits in 2, fleeing both ways. Once it's safe, it merges back into 1. Now this one's good. Slimes are common as mud. Find 1 nest, and the ability's mine. And maybe I farm up a stack of slime clones too. Each one carrying a summon, farming stats for me all over the map. Right now, the thing choking me is that summons can't stray far from me or a clone. But with enough clones, 1 per summon, every summon becomes an independent unit. Stock up enough slime clones, send them roaming with my summons, and these summons stop being just stat farmers. Go big, and they could anchor a whole faction. The more I thought, the more the road looked solid. The one thing to guard against, a slime clone getting killed. Lose the clone, the summon recalls, and all that work's wasted. But that's manageable. Pair a few clones to 1 summon. Lose 1 or 2, there's backup. Solid. Note it down. 2. Phantom Demon. Can shapeshift into an enemy, producing a clone identical to them. Only its 8th advancement at the floor, erratic, brutally hard to find. Tidy ability. If I run into one, no way I pass it up, but hunting it through an endless abyss. Pass. 3. Mirror Demon. Has a clone identical to the real body. Usually it's the clone that acts while the real body hides, so you can't tell which is which. A top-tier detection skill might crack it, but again, brutal to find. Plain to see, that one's all luck. Not happening anytime soon. 4. Bone shatter skeleton. Shatter it, and the scattered bones reassemble into two skeletons. Cited 5 times in 300 years. Who knows how many went unrecorded? Of those 5, 3 were unadvanced rabble, 1 second advancement, 1/8. So it's pure random? That's basically the same as my own 2 clones, both accidents. 5. Gods. Supposedly, every god has countless clones. You don't say? The last 4 were all dead ends, but the first, slime, was a perfect fit for me. So, next, 3 things. 1. Farm up slime clones. Land the clone skill. See if I can squeeze out a genuinely strong clone. 2. Find the summon monster nests. Stack up summons. 3. Carve out a farmer's road that makes everyone take notice. Anything else might be hard to find, but slimes? Dead easy. A casual search turned up a whole book on them. Between base city number 9 and the Beastmaster continent sat a huge swamp, packed with slimes. Decided today I farm slime clones. I noted what mattered, left the academy, and at my speed reached the swamp in no time. Slimes everywhere. I lobbed a casual hellfire and torched a few dozen, and a full 10 of them were clones. Without a second's hesitation, I dropped clone, and just like that I had 10 slime clones, ranging level 1 to 4. Worked, just like I figured. Perfect. Stockpile these clones in my summon space. Pair 1 to every summon, and they can roam free. That round also taught me to tell clones from real bodies. So I went on, targeting the clones mainly. Whenever I caught a real body, I dropped its clone skill, Fission. The skill starts at level 1, splitting off 1 clone at 1/10 of the caster's power. But I ground it to 10, and then it was just like my skeleton clone. Fission, LV.10 split off a slime inheriting all your stats, skills, and talents to serve as your clone. The clone can't grow. Only through death and rebirth can it catch up to the real body's higher strength. After death or self-dismissal, 6 months before it can be summoned again. Not bad. Cooldown's half a year shorter than the skeletons. But this clone, no rush to summon it. I'll wait till I'm tougher. For now, farming low-tier slime clones is what matters. While I had my head down farming clones, back on Blue Star, in Coastal City, the Liu family case finally came to a verdict. That day, the Coastal City authorities put out a notice that stirred up no small storm. The Liu family, a Coastal City great house. Liu Xiangdong, formerly of the Resource Management Office, charged with colluding with the Demon God Church. In light of his 6th advancement, spared the death penalty and exiled to the Abyss's first layer, the Dragon Nation-based City Number 9 front, assigned to a suicide squad. His family, though not directly involved, could not escape blame, and were likewise exiled to the front, never to return to Blue Star. The instant the notice dropped, Liu Xiangdong's family was packed off to Abyss Projection Number 9. Banished in the same batch were a dozen-plus households tied to them, including the families of Liu Xiangdong's eldest and second sons-in-law. Just before entering the Abyss, Liu Xiangdong rallied his family in a low voice. Don't panic. Suicide squad or not, I've still got connections, enough to keep myself alive. And I've already greased the wheels on the Abyss side. Once you're there, keep your heads down and there won't be any real trouble. When this blows over, I'll get out of the squad and come find you. Even in the Abyss, the Liu family won't live badly. At his words, the lot of them breathed easier. With their anchor still standing, they had something to lean on. The one who couldn't swallow it was Liu Hao. Once, he'd been a golden boy, no legendary class himself, but a legendary class fiancé. For that fiancé, he'd even broken off a childhood betrothal, walked away from Coastal City's prettiest girl. Then everything went into free fall. The family fell, and he was being shipped to the Abyss front. He'd assumed Zhou Wanqing's connections could get him out, but from the day it all went wrong until now, he hadn't laid eyes on her once. He'd spent the bulk of his savings begging someone to reach her, and still nothing. With the Abyss right ahead, his life was as good as over. So however warm Liu Xiangdong's words, Liu Hao just sat there, stone-faced, saying nothing. Liu Xiangdong leaned to his son's ear and dropped his voice. Son, ease up. So Zhou Wanqing's gone, it doesn't matter. Even on the Abyss front, your father will pave the road for you. Once we're there, you cut ties with me completely. From then on, you're not a Liu. Then I'll arrange to get you into the War Academy. Make it in, and down the line you've got a shot at the War God Academy, a top school on par with the Sacred Class Academy. At that, the dull fog in Liu Hao's eyes finally lifted. If it was true, he still had a future. But could a thing like that really be done? Liu Xiangdong clapped his shoulder, easing his own breath. Relax, I've got it all set up. You just cut ties, someone will come find you. Once you're in the War Academy, I'll find a way out of the suicide squad and back to number 9. The family reunites in the end. And I'll see you climb to a higher class, for certain. When that day comes, every last one who moved against us pays for it. Lu Hao kept his eyes down, but inside it was cold as ice. Everyone who dragged him to this point, he'd let not one of them off, including that bitch Zhou Wanqing, including this good father right in front of him, and the whole Lu family with him. If not for them, how would he ever have fallen this far? All right, the people over there are arranged. Into the abyss. The projections overseer waved a hand and threw the whole Lu family into an abyss rift. The next instant, they landed in base city number 9. Inside the city, Lu Xiangdong was led off alone. The rest herded the other way. But just as they were about to be packed into a row of shacks, Lu Hao stepped forward. Officer, a word. I'm not a Lu. There's no blood between us. I was only brought here through their crime. I'm their adopted son, not their own. Here and now, I'm cutting ties with them, and I beg the chance to atone with merit. They raised me, and I owe them that. I've no complaint about being sent to the abyss for it. But now that I'm here, the debt is paid. From here on, I want nothing more to do with a family that colluded with the demon gods. I'm a human. I'm a Dragon Nation man. I'm ashamed to stand among them. He forced it out through gritted teeth. The words landed, and the Lu family stood thunderstruck, faces full of disbelief. The class are escorting them, though, heard it and nodded with a chuckle. To err and mend is the greatest good. If you've no tie to the Lius, and you've come to your senses in time and cut ties before us all, that's worth commending. Remember, we humans and the Demon God Church are sworn enemies. Don't stay mixed up with them. Come with me. I'll place you elsewhere. And with that, he led Lu Hao off. The Liu's eyes all but spat fire, yet not one dared make a sound. One word now could cost a life, so they choked it down. But Lu Hao, led away, didn't go elsewhere at all. He turned into a quiet little room, where Lu Xiangdong sat, plain as day. The man who'd brought him said nothing. He only watched Lu Xiangdong flick his hand and toss over an old, plain ring. Everything you want's in there. I ask for nothing else. Only that my son gets into the War Academy. The man caught the ring, glanced at it, and broke into a grin. Relax, old Lu. Leave it to me. Before long you'll hear word your son's enrolled. Since you two have met, I'll take him now, and you're due at the front, so take care of yourself. Lu Xiangdong bowed low, turned, and slipped out the side door, quick. After Lu Xiangdong left, the man clapped Lu Hao on the shoulder. This room's yours for now. Wander the city all you like, but don't even think about leaving it. If the gate guards make your identity, things get hard for me. Wait a few days, and you'll be in the War Academy. Lu Hao still had a fair pile of gold on him, so base city number 9 didn't feel like much of a come down. These days he ate and drank well, just waiting to enroll. He'd even mapped it out. Once he was in the War Academy, he'd find a reason to reach Zhou Wanqing, let her know he was in too. Maybe the two of them could get back together. 2 days passed like that. The third afternoon, wandering the city, he ran into someone he never expected. Me. Just back from slaughtering 1,000,000+ slimes outside the walls, covered in dust. I've got no use for gear, so even with hundreds of thousands of equipment slots stuffed full of high-end loot, I didn't show a single effect, just my ordinary clothes. Add days out without a change of clothes, and yeah, I looked a little rough. One look at me, and Lu Hao lit up. So I got exiled, so what? Exiled, and I can still get into the War Academy. Exiled, and I still live better than you. A wave of superiority welled up. These past days he'd walked the streets head down. Today, he finally held it high. Brother, never expected to run into you here. I hadn't expected to run into Lu Hao either. I knew the Lu family had been shipped down here days ago. I just hadn't figured Lu Hao could be out strolling around. That is a surprise. If I remember right, that fine father of yours got caught, colluding with the Demon God Church, no less. You were exiled too, weren't you? So how are you out wandering the city? Lu Hao lifted his chin even higher. You know quite a lot, brother. But you've got one thing wrong. Lu Xiangdong colluded with the demon gods and went to a suicide squad. Sure, and the Lius were exiled. Sure, but I share no blood with them. Since I got here, with the brass's blessing, I've cut all ties. I call you brother out of respect. They raised me, and you're their real son. But the truth is, you and I are nothing to each other. I nodded. Cut ties the moment trouble hits. That's exactly the kind of thing Lu Hao would do. Fine, noted. Step aside, I've got things to do. Ching Ching was about to be back, and I wanted to get home and set things up. Lu Hao didn't budge. If anything, he got cockier. What could you have to do? You abyss draftees, you're just here to figure out how to farm dirt, right? What's this place going to grow anyway? Early or late, makes no difference. Spend that time sucking up to me instead. You probably don't know. I'm about to enter the War Academy. I cut ties with the Lius, but you're Lu Xiangdong's real son, so I can't just leave you hanging. They raised me all those years, and I'll repay it through you. Just beg me. And as a War Academy student, I'll give you a hand, a chance to level up. Days of bottled-up humiliation, all vented in that little speech. Sure enough, only by stepping on someone could he feel good. And stepping on me felt especially sweet. So your mom and dad's flesh and blood. So what? Not one of them ever cared about you. The one they cared about was me. I'll make you see it. You and I are not on the same line, not in the same world. And it's not just the War Academy. After that, I'm marrying Coastal City's #1 prodigy, Zhou Wanqing. Shame you'll still be stuck in the abyss, probably can't make the wedding. But no worries, I'll send you a copy of the wedding video. Enjoy it. The words were barely out when a massive force slammed into his gut and sent him flying several meters. Since when am I marrying you? Lu Hao, you've got the nerve to spew this nonsense. You want me to end you? Lu Hao, knocked senseless, got even more lost at the voice. He struggled to look up, saw that face, and his own went slack with disbelief. Zhou Wanqing, what are you doing here? Zhou Wanqing's face was ice. Where I am is no business of yours. Don't think I don't know what your family did, colluding with the demon god church. You deserve the exile. Today's just a lesson. Tie my name to yours again, and I'll end you. I, Zhou Wanqing, would never marry someone linked to the demon god church. Give it up. Lu Hao wouldn't let go of his lifeline. Babe, hear me out. I'm no blood of the Lius. I'm about to enter the War Academy. Down the line, maybe even the War God Academy. I'm the only one who matches you. This time, before Zhou Wanqing could speak, I turned to the enforcement team that had come running. Officers, you heard him. This man, Lu Hao, was just exiled here from Coastal City. His father colluded with the demon god church and was sent to a suicide squad. The whole family was banished. So here's what I don't get. How does an exile walk freely around the base? And here's what I really don't get. How could an exile get into the War Academy? I'd ask you to look into it. One more thing. The woman beside me is a legendary classer, humanity's hope for the future, and this man slandered her in public. I'd ask you to check whether he, too, is in league with the demon god church. How else could he pull a stunt like this? That speech knocked Lu Hao senseless. He'd seen with his own eyes what colluding with the demon gods got you. The whole family wiped out, his father off to a death camp. Pin that charge on him, ship him to a death camp, and he was as good as dead. In that instant, his hatred for me went sky high. He could not be taken away, and he could not lose his backer, Zhou Wanqing. Zhang Yuan, you're slandering me. Didn't I explain it all? I've got nothing to do with the Lius anymore. And me and Zhou Wanqing. Is that any of your business? What's it to you? He figured that would shut me up. Instead, I smiled. It actually is my business. Lu Hao laughed, furious. What business could it possibly be of yours? What? You went down to the abyss, so Lin Qingqing dumped you. No Lin Qingqing. So now a dirt farmer wants to marry up? Take a long look in the mirror. A life classer and a legendary classer are worlds apart. You getting close to my girl? Keep dreaming. The words were barely out when Zhou Wanqing kicked him flying again. The guards cut in. No brawling inside the base. On account of your being a legendary classer, this is your one warning. Remember it. Zhou Wanqing hurried to smile it off. Sorry, couldn't help it. That babe of his made me physically nauseous, and I just snapped. Won't happen again. Having dealt with the guards, she turned back and eyed Lu Hao with open disgust. Lu Hao, Zhang Yuan's right. He and I do have a connection, but that's none of your concern. Just remember one thing. Whoever I'm connected to, it will never again be you. Stop calling me by that disgusting name, and stop scheming to climb up off my back. You'd better think about how you're going to explain to the guards how an exile gets into the War Academy. At that, Lu Hao went white. Dim as he was, he could work it out. His enrollment wouldn't survive daylight. If he were already in, maybe it'd hold. But he wasn't, and one look into it, and the whole thing would come apart. Scared now, he grabbed for his last straw, Zhou Wanqing. Babe, Zhou Wanqing, I know you're only saying this to spite me with Zhang Yuan, right? There's no way the two of you have anything, right? It was his final hope. Too bad. Before Zhou Wanqing could answer, Lin Qingqing and the others stepped out from behind her. Whether it spites you, I couldn't say, Lin Qingqing said breezily. but Zhou Wanqing does have a connection to my husband. We're teammates, after all. If she were still tangled up with someone tied to the demon god church like you, well, this team would have to break up. Zhou Wanqing startled. These past days, leveling with Lin Qingqing's crew had been the happiest she'd been in years. She'd finally made friends like these, climbing together, and she was terrified of losing them. She lifted her chin at the guards at once. What are you waiting for? Take him in, investigate, thoroughly. Let me know the result. I'll report to the War Academy myself. The dean's having me to dinner one of these days. I'll have a good word with him then. The instant they heard she knew the War Academy's dean, dinner, even, the guards didn't waste another breath. They stepped up and hauled Lu Hao away. And now Lu Hao panicked. One investigation, and his War Academy spot was gone. The eye was barely out before his mouth was covered and he was dragged off. Hauled away, his eyes filled with despair. Regret, so much regret. Why do you have to show off? Why do you have to come after me? And now, I was perfectly fine, and he was about to fall back into the abyss. But there was nothing he could do. Struggling was useless. He could only be dragged away. Just before they shoved him into the car, he caught one last knife twist from Zhou Wanqing. Qingqing, Lian Yue, Qing Yaojiu. You have to believe me. I have nothing to do with that dog. To prove I'm clean, I'll push the guards to investigate fast, and I'll have a word with the War Academy. I won't let him drag my name through the mud. Done. Completely done. Lu Hao knew exactly how precious a legendary like Zhou Wanqing was to humanity. With her riding it personally, what shot did he have left at the War Academy? Endless regret flooded him. Too bad. No one would even grant him the time to regret. He was already in the car and gone. Lin Qingqing turned to Zhou Wanqing with a smile. If you're willing to ride it yourself, all the better. I've disliked that brat for ages. Go lean on the guards. Get them to dig deep and punish him properly. Everyone's worked hard these days. Go get some rest. Tomorrow we level again. With that, she dropped the whole matter, crossed to me in a few steps, and took my arm. Husband, let's go. I've already squared it with the doctor. The hospital first, then home, to properly celebrate this long-awaited reunion of ours. I waved Li Lianyue and the others off and got in the car with her. Watching us pull away, Li Lianyue turned to Zhou Wanqing. Dinner with the dean again. Don't tell me you're really planning to stay at the War Academy? Zhou Wanqing shrugged, helpless. You think I want to? For years my one goal was the Sacred Class Academy. But you make do where you are. This is base city number 9, and as long as the city lord won't release me, I can't leave. Not even the Sacred Class Academy could pull me out. If I really dug in, the city lord probably wouldn't force the issue, but then I'd offend the War Academy, and the War God Academy above it, too. Choose the War God Academy, though, and the Sacred Class Academy has no grounds to complain. I'm a newbie. I don't exactly get to pick. Right. Li Lianyue nodded, getting it. But Shin Qingyao gave her a long look. I have a feeling that's not the real reason. Zhou Wanqing grinned. Of course it isn't. The reason I'm staying at the War Academy is you all. Squatting up with you to climb. That's what matters most to me. Go to some other school and not find teammates as good as you, and my progress might just slow down. Lu Jiu nodded, thoughtful. Well, that clears it up. Aren't we all in the same boat? You know, this War Academy plays a clever hand. Quietly turned our brother-in-law into one of their own. Brother-in-law's in, so Qingqing's definitely in. And us, as Qingqing's teammates, how could we not be? Li Lianyue laughed. That's holding the brother-in-law hostage to command Qingqing. That night, Qingqing and I went at it late into the dark, until the system chimes sounded and she finally called it. Eyeing her stat sheet, eyes shut, she couldn't keep the corners of her mouth from curling up. All 4 stats doubled. Now every level I gain turns 5 stat points into 10. That alone is enough to take me from rare class to legendary. Add the energy saver talent, cutting my costs another 3/4, and my staying power's already a match for a legendary's. This new state today, it's pulled me clean past the rare class ceiling. My 6th baby, you'd better come fast. Mama's waiting for the moment you arrive. She longed for it because the 6th child's reward was just that good. Qingqing is a battle priest. By the classer rules, life classes and basic combat classes start with 1 skill slot and gain 1 every 10 levels. Rare doubles that, legendary quadruples, mythic times 8. Hidden classes vary. And the 6th child's reward was a brand new permanent state. Skill slots doubled. Now her slots were on par with a legendary's, for skills every 10 levels. But here's the real kicker. Once the child is born, what she can learn per tier jumps from 4 to 16. That's nastier than a mythic class, closing in on a hidden class. And that's exactly why she longed for it. 16 extra slots every 10 levels, and she could learn every skill that fit a priest and every skill that fit a fighter. By then, her battle priest would be the real deal. I woke to find Qingqing already dressed and out the door to level. Different from before, this time I was awake too, just didn't see her off. Once she'd linked up with her squad, I glanced at the empty air behind me and casually called a wraith from the boneyard, handing it 3 slime clones. In a blink, the wraith fused the 3 clones into its arm, and the next instant, it vanished from sight. This summons only a tenth of my stats, but that's still pushing 100 million. This base city number 9 front shouldn't see any legendary classers. The strongest of our side nearby tops out at elite rank. And 100 million stats is the equal of an elite rank 9th advancement. That's more than enough to keep Qingqing and the others safe. Watching the summon, 3 slime clones in tow, slipped silently after Qingqing's group, I left the villa too, got in the car, and drove out of the city. This time I drove straight to the edge of the Abyss Front battlefield, called out the Stone Man, and had it carry me right into Wolf God Church territory. From there, I took a teleport array on the church's land to my real destination, the Abyss's second lair. The intel from the War Academy was thick with leads on summoners. But I had no intention of trekking around Blue Star's bases to hunt them down one by one, and no intention of grabbing those summon skills and summons with my own body, either. The logic's simple. My summons, paired with clones, can drop stats, drop skills, drop everything just the same. So hand the whole job to the clones and their summons, and done. The reason I made this trip myself was one thing only, to let the other summons out. The moment I hit the second layer, I called out every 10th of my stats summon I had, except the Wraith. Each summoner got 3 to 5 slime clones. Ones like the bone fish, I stuffed a full 1,000 into the belly. Here's your job from here. Slip into the different Abyss factions. Farm me stats like your life depends on it, and at the same time hunt down summoning-type monsters and bag their summon skills. If you can, find me clone-capable monsters too. Clone and skill, take both. From now you operate on your own. All of you taking orders from the clones. Go deep where you can. Don't just camp on the second layer. Third, fourth, deeper, all of it. Once they were set, I rode the Stone Man back, left a dozen plus slime clones in its belly, and returned to base city number 9. As for the Stone Man itself, I had it join the Wolf God Church. A 10-meter-tall giant stone man walked into the Wolf God Church, and plenty of them put on respectful faces. The few with detection skills, though, were speechless. You're a 7th advancement plus being at minimum, walking around in a level 30 shell, and you think everyone's an idiot? Still, they only grumbled inwardly. Hide if you want, but at that size, you could mask your level down to 1, and it wouldn't help. When it met the Wolf God Church's bishop, the stone man showed a hand, as custom demanded. The instant it dealt damage near a 9th advancements, the bishop lit up. Many thanks, Brother Boulder, for joining our Wolf God Church. We're about to move on a nearby human city, pull it clean out of the abyss, and push the counterattack back to the human homeworld. A heavyweight like you is exactly what we lack. As it happens, the spy we planted on the human side just sent fresh word. Why not come hear it with me, brother? Once that city falls, your share won't be small. And as a token of our sincerity, head to the treasure vault later and pick out a 9th advancement purple tier item. Gear's useless to a stone man, but a 9th advancement purple piece sells for a fortune. The clone wasn't about to turn it down, had the stone man accept on the spot. It also wanted to look at what this human spy had to say. The gear can wait. Let's hear what the human side's got first. I just walked in, and there's already a chance to earn merit. Can't miss it. The bishop had no objection. But the moment the two of them stepped into a side hall, the clone inside the stone man froze. The human kneeling there, all deference, it was none other than Lu Xiangdong, packed off to the frontline suicide squad. The father of this body of mine. Most of the Wolf God Church's heavyweights, like the stone man, are enormous. So even aside, hall was cavernous, a good 20 plus meters tall. Among a ring of monsters several meters, some 10, 20 meters tall, that single human, kneeling, under 2 meters, looked small as a speck of dust. The bishop's man spoke. This is our Wolf God Church's bishop. Everything in this territory is his to command. State your business, do the job well, and the bishop will bring your family into the church, make them all believers of the Wolf God. Better yet, help the bishop seize that legendary classer and that necromancer's daughter And it's not out of the question we send your whole family to a wolf god church on the second layer, the third, even the fourth. Under the wolf god's protection, your son will be 8th advancement at the very least someday. Lu Xiangdong kowtowed again and again, beside himself. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, bishop. Thank you, wolf god. I'd never been into the abyss before, so I had no idea the church was hunting the Lin girl and the Zhou girl. The bishop may not know that Lin girl is my own son's wife, and that legendary classer, Zhou Wanxing, is my other son's fiancée. Just give the order, and I'll have both my sons lure them to a set spot. You can take them whenever you like. Only, the two of them are highly valued at the base, likely with a powerhouse on them, and they're low level, right by the base, so any slip and the base's powerhouses arrive at once. Snatching them clean won't be easy. The wolf god church crowd stared at the tiny human, a little stunned. Who'd have thought he was the shared father-in-law of their two targets? Well, that made things easy. The bishop threw his head back and laughed. Didn't expect you had that angle. I'll call it. Bring me those two, and I'll send you, your whole family, down to the third layer. Let the church groom you properly. Your worries? Nothing at all. You don't even need your sons to lure anyone anywhere. Just get me solid word on where they are. That's enough. Your human bases have their powerhouses. We have more. To take these two humans, the wolf god church has called in no small help. Lu Xiangdong swore up and down he'd give it everything. The moment he left, the bishop let out a cold snort. Humans really are no good. Both his daughters-in-law are prodigies of humanity. One of their fathers a prodigy in his own right, and he sells them out just like that. All the better. Once we've taken these prodigies and tell them the truth, let them vent on this one family. Maybe they'll serve His Highness the Wolf God all the more loyally. Hearing that, even my clone gave Lu Xiangdong a few seconds of silence. Betray humanity for a payoff, never knowing they don't see you as a person at all, just a tool, to be used and tossed. Anything else the old man pulled, fine. But betraying humanity, that I could not let stand. Let him pull it off. Let the human side learn he'd turned traitor, and my real body's days of peace were over. Cut ties with him long ago, never on good terms, none of it matters. A traitor father hanging over your head, and an easy life on the human side, is off the table. The clone related all back to my real body. I heard it out, and all I had was a blank stare. I'd figured, you're this body's blood father, so killing you felt like a step too far. Now, leave you be, and one of these days you drag me down with you. I didn't want to kill anyone by my own hand, fine. But to deal with a man, there are plenty of ways. I hadn't even finished plotting when the clone fed me fresh news. The Wolf God Church wasn't just after a couple of people. They were going to hit base city number 9 head on. Even the Stone Man, fresh in the door, got handed a task. Obviously, to them, the Stone Man was monster faction like the rest. No way it'd side with humans. They had no clue it was my summon. 2+ months out before you hit number 9. I had to laugh. You two really take your time. Right now, every summon I've got is out, each locked on a target. 3 to 5 days, tops, and I'll be able to call up over 100. Give me 30, 50 more days. Over 1,000, easy. And with all the stats I've been grinding, my own should clear 10 billion at the least. 1,000+ summons, each over 1 billion in stats? That's the same as 1,000+ legendaries at peak 9th advancement. On an abyss front where rare class is the ceiling, that's 1,000+ 10th advancements. You know what? I'm actually looking forward to that day. I reach the clone. Have the Stone Man burrow as deep into their core as it can. If it can pin down the exact strike date, all the better. Right on cue, my summons elsewhere had just dropped me 3 more summon skills. Fire Hound, Demonized Vulture, Magma Behemoth. I went out of the city, called out the Magma Behemoth first, and handed it a dozen odd slime clones. You go check in with the Wolf God Church too. One Stone Man alone, I'm worried something slips. I'll send you a few more once I've got the right summoners. And use the church's channels to dig me up intel on summoners and clones. When the moment's right, strike. Magma Behemoth dispatched. I called out the Demonized Vulture and the Fire Hound. Sent them with slime clones straight to the Boneyard to join my army of low-tier summons. Any new summons from here? The fit ones go to the Wolf God Church, the rest to the Boneyard to farm stats. As for that father of mine, once the Wolf God Church takes heavy losses, no one's going to believe he really turned coat anyway. By then, not getting put down by the church himself will be a stroke of luck. All right, everything's set. Next up, raise my own standing and advance my class while I'm at it. Farming stats, farming summon skills, farming clone skills, all of it handed off to the slime clones and their summons. I'd finally freed up some time. To raise my standing without showing my hand, I walked, for the first time, into a War Academy classroom. Classes here aren't like Blue Star, you come when you want. So most of the students don't know each other. Us life classers especially, each with our own business, here one day and gone the next, barely talk. I came today for one reason, to show the school I was different. I was building a persona. I wanted everyone, looking back someday, to say one thing. Jiang Yuan made it because, from the very start, he was never like the rest. I wanted them to think me a legend, a myth. On the platform, a third advancement farmer class teacher was lecturing. We farmers, like every life class, fall short of the combat classes across the board, stat growth, skill access, fighting, all of it, by a wide margin. For us life classes, doing our own job well is the right road. For us farmers, grow the land well, and that's success. 300 years since the Abyss invasion. How much wasteland on Blue Star? In these 300 years, did we farmers turn into arable soil? Since humanity began pushing back into the Abyss, how many farmers went forward wave after wave, turning the Abyss's dead ground into cropland? It's our farmers' sweat that keeps humanity fed and alive. So don't feel small, feel proud, and work for it, until the whole world acknowledges. We farmers are a cornerstone humanity can't do without. Honestly, you couldn't fault it. Deep down I agreed. A farmer should do exactly that. But sorry, right now, I had a persona to build. So the second he finished, I raised my hand and stood. Teacher, I think you're wrong. To build a persona, you need contrast. For contrast, you have to dare to say you're wrong. Right or wrong doesn't matter. The moment it's out, the persona stands. Sure enough, the whole class turned to stare at the new student, some already wondering, who is this? The teacher on the platform didn't get angry. If anything, he looked intrigued. Oh, this is the first time I've seen you in my class, and the first time, you bring me a surprise. Go on, where did I get it wrong? I'd come prepared, of course. Those books these past weeks weren't read for nothing. From what I've learned, life classes aren't born to be nothing but appendages of the combat classes. The Hammer King, the Poison King, anyone who's carved their own road on top of a life class. Their combat power is no less than an ordinary combat classers. And thanks to that life class foundation, they've even got strengths combat classes lack. The Hammer King forges a hammer, and there's no equal within 9th advancement. The Poison King, 8th advancement at most, can still poison a 9th advancement being to death. And it's not just those two. Every life class has produced a few like them. If the other life classes can do it, why can't we farmers? I've been to the library and looked us up. A farmer, at 1st through 3rd advancement, has the chance to advance into a rare class elite farmer, meaning we farmers get 3 whole shots at pushing a life class up to rare. And a life class's rare is different from a combat class's. A combat class's rare grows 5 stat points per level, 2 skill slots every 10 levels. Ours grow only 4 per level, but 3 skill slots every 10 levels. Crack the method, advance a farmer to a rare class elite, and our stat growth is no worse than an ordinary soldier's, while we carry 2 more skill slots every 10 levels. Even learning only common skills, we'd hold our own against any regular soldier. So once we advance to a rare class, we don't just go further down the farmer's road. We pick up real fighting strength along the way. That's why, teacher, I think you're wrong. We farmers shouldn't be thinking about becoming an appendage to the strong. We should be thinking about becoming the strong ourselves. The words were barely out when the classroom broke into applause. Everyone here was a farmer, after all. Who wouldn't want real fighting strength? Even the teacher on the platform clapped along. But once the applause died down, he raised another question. A fine idea. The truth is, every one of us life classers should be thinking about advancing our class. Only, the thing itself is brutally hard. And carrying the words, life class as we do, we can't set our minds on nothing but battle. The combat skills we can learn are few, while the planting skills we can learn are many. In that case, pouring everything into combat, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Clearly, this wasn't his first time fielding it. He handled it with ease. That rebuttal of the teacher's didn't trip me up for a second. Calm as ever, I went on. You're right, teacher. We can't pour everything into combat. But solid fighting strength is what guarantees our leveling. We can't hand the hope of leveling over to other people entirely. Whether we hold our own fate comes down to exactly that. Still, as farmers, we can't drop our real work either. It's because we want to master the farmer's path that we should do everything we can to advance into elite farmers. Only then do we get to learn more agriculture skills, study deeper, and stand a chance of grasping the skills that truly fit us. Someday, even with the abyss bearing down, we'll bring in every last harvest. In retreat, grow grain to feed the people. In advance, stand against the enemy and cut down monsters. The day we manage that, that's the day we farmers truly stand tall. It all played out just as I planned. I got famous. At the War Academy, completely famous. That day I sat through all of 3 classes, laid out my take on farmers, and dropped one line, that I'd walk a road belonging to farmers alone. Next thing, classmates had it recorded and up on the net. At the very least, every student at this base City No. 9 War Academy now knew there was a farmer named Jiang Yuan. A farmer talking about fighting on offense, farming on defense. Most people scoffed. Say you're a smithing class, and I'd buy that you can fight. A farmer? What combat power could a farmer possibly have? Those junk farmer skills, attack powers a world apart from a combat class. What's he going to cut a monster down with? Just here for the laugh. All these years, how many life classers fresh off an advancement dreamed of rewriting their fate? How many actually did? Other classes, maybe. A farmer? Forget it. That's how it ran online, and how the school talked too. But when those words reached me, far from stinging, I smiled. The effects landed. Now, step 2. For now, my 2 farmer skill slots sat empty, with only a level 1 cultivation skill in the bar. And I was already level 30, ready to advance. To advance a class, anyone needs a class change certificate. Getting one's simple. Solo kill a boss your own level or higher, and it's yours. Want a higher grade certificate? Solo a boss above your level. The catch is that one word, solo. Why did that speech of mine draw so much mockery? That's the root of it. For the vast majority of farmers, this is a wall they simply can't get over. A same-level boss, and they need a heap of scrolls and potions just to barely drop it. Anything higher is a pipe dream. But for me, it's nothing. I'd long since told every clone and summon. Anything that can drop a class change certificate, drop the certificate first. By now my backpack slots had grown to 50,000. Of those, over 1,000 were packed with class change certificates, mostly rare class first advancement farmer ones, plus some ordinary farmer ones. 1,000 plus slots, that's 100,000 certificates. I wasn't rushing to advance. Advance once, and everything I picked up after would be second advancement certificates. I was stockpiling these to build a real farmer legion, to show the whole world that farmers can rise. Before 4th advancement, I'd hoard every certificate I could, saved up for the legion to come. What I needed to do now was tailor a set of farmer skills to myself. The handful my slots could learn were no use to me. What I'd set my sights on was a monster called the Terror Scarecrow. They come anywhere from level 0 to a few hundred, and their defining trait is this. Wherever one takes root, fields of grain spring up, and not just humans want it, monsters crave it too. Higher tier scarecrows especially, the grain around them carries special properties. So the second a scarecrow appears or gets spotted, something, a monster, a human, some other creature, takes it out. They're hard to find. But for me, with over 30% of my stats summons, not a problem. Soon enough, the first Terror Scarecrow camp turned up, a giant scarecrow dead center, ringed by over 100 more in all sizes. At my word, the first scarecrow dropped. But one look at its loot through a clone's eyes, and my eyes lit up. A clone? It's a clone. No wonder nobody'd ever caught it. The records only said a scarecrow camp could span hundreds of levels, so everyone just assumed they were one race. Right then it clicked. This whole ring of scarecrows was almost certainly clones of the one in the center. I couldn't drop clone fast enough, then pulled up the stats on this level 28 scarecrow clone. Terror Scarecrow. LV.28 belongs to Jiang Yuan's clone. While this stat is hidden, no being can detect that you're a clone. Talent A Death Substitute. As a clone, when the real body dies, you may be designated to take its place, swap spaces with the real body, and die in its stead. Skill, Grain Guardian. 28 layers within 28 square meters centered on you. Plant anything freely. When growing grain, enter a guarded state. Barring outside force, the crop's growth will never go wrong. One look, and my decision was made on the spot. Every one of these scarecrows had to drop a clone. The Grain Guardian skill was about on par with the Trent's. But the real treasure was that talent, Death Substitute. One clone, one extra life. That's what mattered most to me. And it finally made sense why nobody had ever found scarecrows to be clones. The thing is freakishly special, hide it, and it has zero presence, undetectable even to the gods. This clone's the real deal. I have to learn it. Kill everything that can drop a clone, drop the clones, then trace it back to the real body and pull the ability. And this one should split off plenty, right? Mid-anticipation, my summons brought down the one at the center, peak 8th advancement, a full level 270. I stared at its loot, dumbstruck. A clone? Still a clone. Only then did it hit me. This entire camp, top to bottom, was clones. I had the summons sweep the area, even dig underground. Not another scarecrow in sight. So the scarecrows in a camp are all clones of one scarecrow, and that real body isn't even in the camp. For all I know, every scarecrow scattered across the abyss is a clone of one single being. Or maybe the real body was in that batch I just killed, and its death got eaten by a clone somewhere else. What I can't figure is why they keep popping up all over the abyss. I frowned over it a good while, came up empty, and just dropped it. Whatever the real body's scheming, the point is, it exists, and it nets me a pile of clones. Good enough. One clone, one life. That's a genuine treasure. First thing, I reached every clone I could. From now on, hunt scarecrows with everything you've got. Find one, kill it, drop the clone. Orders given. I let out a wry laugh. I'd gone looking for a scarecrow skill, and walked away with a stack of extra lives instead. Scarecrow clones are great, each one an extra life, but for advancing the farmer class, they only go so far. Same as the treants, I can't bring them out into the open. To really build the farmer class up, I still need other monsters. I dug out my notebook, 3 names still on it. My eyes settled on the last one. If scarecrows are out, then it's the treant line. Under level 30, below first advancement, and tied to agriculture. Those are genuinely rare. You're up next, corrupted treant. By the War Academy Library's records, this thing is a treant corrupted by goblins, fighting alongside them. It's what gives even sub-6th advancement goblins real teeth. Its levels run from 0 all the way to 6th, even 7th advancement. One of the rare treant races with low-level members. The race shows up near other human bases too, but I still wasn't going myself. Clones and summons would find it. Lucky for me, goblins are a huge race in the abyss as well, the quasi-humanoid sort. They look human, but underneath there's something else entirely. Stone men are built of stone, magma behemoths of magma, and goblins and snowmen are cut from the same cloth. Creatures like these usually wake to sentience around 4th or 5th advancement, enough to supply some faith. The lesser monsters below them don't get a glimmer of it until 6th advancement and up. Right as I was mulling it, a clone reported in. A goblin camp found, ringed by fields of corrupted treants. Found it? Then go. Let's see what little surprise this corrupted trent's got for me. The summons went to work, and the corrupted trent's loot spread out before me. Talents, skills, stats, backpack, the lot. This time, no clone option. A dozen plus down in a blink, so I helped myself, tapping one of each. The stats were generous, but I didn't care. All I wanted was talents and skills. Talent siphon. C-rank your roots can drain every negative existence underground, converting it into corrosive fluid. Each point of mana becomes 4 drops. Skill a corrosive entangle. LV.5 spend mana to grow corrosive vines. Up to 5. Each 50 meters long. Once they bind an enemy, corrosive fluid pours into them instantly, inflicting corrosion. 50 mana per vine, 1 to 5 at a time. Skill Vine Dance. LV.5 spend 500 mana to grow a single 50-meter vine. Its defense matches your real body's, but its attack and HP are only 1/10 of yours. Whip it about to strike every monster in range indiscriminately. The vine takes the monster's hits, and once its HP hits 0 it vanishes. Wait out the cooldown to call another. Skill Trent's Glory. Passive, even corrupted. The treant hasn't forgotten its old glory. A darling of nature. It keeps a heart that gives back to the world. Passive, your planting type skills gain a 10% effect boost. One scan of the talent and the rest of the skills, and I knew. This trip, I called it right. Start with Siphon. Black and white. It drains every negative existence underground. Whatever the corrosive fluid's good for, set that aside. On the one count of purifying land, it's locked. And purifying costs nothing but spirit, which I've got in spades, no worry there. It's only C rank now. It'll keep climbing, only get nastier. The 3 skills all fit. The first is Control. The second, an AoE, perfect for farming stats. That last passive I can package, on the outside, as my farmer skill. 10% on planting effects, nothing to sneeze at. The passive counts as a skill. The talent, once I hit first advancement, I'll just call my own awakening. A land-improving talent plus a yield-boosting skill. Solid, sure, but not enough to flip the farmer's lot. Not nearly enough to make a name, turn myself into someone famous, a hero to humanity. So keep hunting. More monsters, more farmer-tied skills and talents, all of it pulled in. What I just killed were only low-tier corrupted treants. Bag a few high-tier ones later, and there's surely more to gain. Hope there's still something I can use. Clones, keep at it. Wring the corrupted treants dry. The clones drove the summons in for another pass, and the goblins paired with the corrupted treants came charging out, dropped offhand by the summons. That one kill changed my mind on the spot. Hold up, corrupted treants can wait. Goblins first. Didn't expect goblins to carry a talent like this. Talent virility. C-rank your kidneys are powerful, 4 times a normal person's of the same level. Talent fertility. D-rank provided the woman is fine. The odds of conception with you rise threefold. Twins reach 30%, triplets a third of that, quadruplets lower still. One look at those two, and I had the clones drive the summons to kill more goblins, no second thought. Things with Ching Ching lately hadn't been a strain, but stronger never hurt. More to the point, fertility, conception tripled, with twins, triplets, quadruplets, all more likely. Now that's a fine thing. Ching Ching wants kids this badly, so let her have a whole bunch. Either way, however many, I can raise them. And once they're born, I'm more than strong enough to keep them safe. Sure enough, the more goblins fell, the more those 2 talents inched up. So I gave the clones another order. From here on, run into a goblin. Don't go easy. Kill where killing's due. And to save myself fielding what dropped, every time a clone killed something new, I made it plain. From now on, hit a monster you haven't seen, run every possible drop once. Nothing useful. Go back to farming stats. There, everything handed off to clones and summons, and I finally get some quiet. Down the line, with more summons, especially once they've planted their feet in the different factions, anything comes up, one order from me, and they'll handle it. By then they'll have no small following of their own. Everything settled, I quit watching it, let the talents climb on their own. Right now, I had 2 fresh skills to test myself. That passive, it'd only show its worth once I put a cultivation skill to use.